Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the April 2nd meeting of the Glendale City Council, being called to order at 6:12 p.m. And quiet, please, in the chamber. Thank you. We will start with roll call. Roll call, please.
Council members Asadarian.
Here.
Devine.
Here.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian.
Here.
Mayor Botman.
Here. And now, would you kindly rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing briefly for the invocation.
Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Gabrielino Tongva people.
Please continue.
Today, let us take a moment to reflect on the words of Cesar Chavez. True wealth is not measured in money or status or power. It is measured in the legacy we leave behind for those we love and those we inspire. Our pursuits and endeavors may be mindful of the lasting impact we make on the lives of others. Let us strive to leave behind a legacy of kindness, compassion, and inspiration, enriching the lives of those around us and shaping a better world for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before we get into this evening's agenda, I'd like to make a comment on process. I know we have some weighty and challenging agenda items tonight. Emotions may be running high. I want to remind those of you here to speak or just to watch the council meeting tonight that when you come to the podium, you're entitled to speak your name. Or I should say, when your name is called and you come to the podium, you're entitled to speak your mind. However, outbursts from the audience, such as the ones we've just heard, or other disturbances will not be tolerated. Everyone has the right to be heard, including the 5 council members when we are speaking, and disturbances from attendees will be remedied. I'm providing this advisement now as a warning. Additional warnings may be given at the discretion of the chair, but after an appropriate warning is given, we will remove disruptive individuals if circumstances dictate. And I should add, for my part, one warning is all I will give. And then I will ask for any individual who continues to disrupt or make loud comments from the back, I will ask our city attorney to arrange for them to be removed from the chamber. Okay, thank you. With that, may we have your report, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the agenda for the April 2nd, 2024 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on March 29th, 2024 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. And what is next?
Next are presentations and appointments. There are no meetings on April 9th, no city council meetings. The next regular meeting will be on August 16, 2024. April 16, 2024. Thank you.
April 16, 2024. Okay. I know we're going into presentations and appointments. What's our first item?
Our first item is proclamation designating April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Okay. And I believe that the Commission on the Status of Women will be accepting this proclamation, and we have Susan Brusalian and Armine Perian and Natalie Hovanessian. Is that right? Do we have Natalie Hovanessian, who's our student ex officio commissioner? Yes. And if you would all come to the podium. Thank you. And I will, I'll read the proclamation. Let me get the right one. And then hoping you would maybe make a few comments. But let me read the proclamation first. Okay. Whereas the month of April is nationally recognized as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and whereas every 68 seconds, someone in America is sexually assaulted. Approximately 1 out of every 6 American women has been the victim of an attempted or completed rape in her lifetime. And the majority of sexual assault victims are under the age of 30, with 54% between the ages of 18 and 34. And whereas with proper education, there's compelling evidence that we can successfully reduce the incidence of this physically and psychologically damaging crime. Whereas both Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day are intended to draw attention to the fact that rape and sexual assault are serious issues in our society. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day were instituted to call attention to misconceptions and misinformation about rape and sexual assault, and the problem that many in society remain disturbingly uninformed with respect to issues of assault and forcible rape, allowing these crimes to persist and victims and survivors to be re-victimized. And therefore, I, Daniel Brotman, Mayor of the City of Glendale, hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and urge everyone to spread the message that there is no excuse for sexual violence. And now, if you would like to share a comment.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Susan Brisalian. I'm here with my fellow Commissioner Armina Perian and our ex officio Natalie Hovhanessian, and we are accepting this proclamation on behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women. It's an honor to accept this recognition for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Sexual assault harms not just individuals, but our entire society, robbing victims of their dignity and safety. By accepting this recognition, we commit to gender equality and ending violence against women and girls. We'll create safe spaces for our survivors and ensure they're heard and supported without judgment. Let's use this month to raise awareness and pledge to respect consent, support survivors, and hold perpetrators accountable. Together, we can create a world free from sexual violence. Thank you for this honor, and let's keep working for a fairer, safer world for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And well, we can I'll come down in just a moment. But can you just tell us, when is Denim Day and what is Denim Day?
When is our Denim?
Denim Day is usually held on the 4th Wednesday, I think, of the month of April.
Okay, and we usually do something. We recognize Denim Day when we get closer to it, don't we?
We do.
Remember us doing that.
This year Denim Day falls on April 24th. We merely recognize it, but we don't usually have programming around it.
Right, okay.
Sorry, I didn't know.
And what is Denim Day? Is anybody able to describe what Denim Day is?
I can, or
No, you can?
Harmony.
More or less.
Yes, please.
I believe it started in Italy, and it was, I believe, a city employee, a young lady who wore tight jeans to work or whatever, and I think one of her male colleagues took advantage of her, and he wasn't charged, and his excuse was, well, because she had on tight jeans and tight denims, and therefore it was her fault or something of that nature. And if I recall correctly, then it started a whole upheaval and protests, and hence the Denim Day started, and it just propagated to other countries. More or less, I believe that was
It's pretty accurate. It's very accurate, Harmony.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. But also to go along with that, I know in the court case when it went to trial, the justification of the rapist or the man who committed the sexual assault was that her jeans were so tight that he couldn't have gotten them off himself, that she had to do it. Okay. And so he was released, got off, and she bore the scars. But from that trial, then Denim Day arose. And I know that in the past, city employees try to wear denim. They
That's
have in the
right, we
past.
wore denim.
Yes,
Yes.
wear denim on that particular day to just make a statement about the fact that it's not what we wear that causes or that would lead a man to commit sexual assault. So thank you for that, Armenia. And thank you for being my appointee. I'm very proud of all the work that you've done on the commission. Thank you.
It has been an honor. Thank you.
Would you like to say something? One second before you go.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for your service. I was watching the last commission meeting, and you noted that that would be your last one. Thank you for your work for women and girls in this community. I know that we always had programming with the YWCA for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We would gather at the YWCA. Some years we actually used to do a march. And I remember this distinctly because one of the first things I actually worked on with ANC when Paula Devine, Councilmember Devine, was actually on the Women's Commission at the time was for a partnership for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And it strikes my memory because, you know, this is like way back when, and discussions around sexual assault were taboo. I remember having to put in the report that, you know, we had partnered with the YWCA and the Commission on the Status of Women, and there was hesitation to translate that report and that portion of that report for the general public because we would shy away in the Armenian community to talk about such things as sexual assault. And in that moment, when we were looking for the translation, we actually figured out that there wasn't an actual term that we could use, so we had to put something together for that phrase. And so I know that there's programming available. I would love, at least for our next meeting, for us to maybe share with the public. I think the YWCA Glendale, at the very least, if we're not partners with them anymore, we should continue to do that partnership. But I know that they do an annual event around Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you again.
Okay, let me bring this down and formally deliver this to you. If you have anybody here that wants to take a photo, we can do that. If you want to come in. Okay, what is next?
Next is proclamation designating April 1st through 7, 2024 as Food Waste Prevention Week.
Okay, so we have another proclamation on a different topic here. And who from our city staff will be accepting this proclamation? I think we have Regina Wheeler. No, are you coming? Etienne Ozarek? Did I say that right? Let them come to the podium first. And we have Hurik Hirapetian and more. Perhaps you could just introduce yourselves quickly, and then I'll read the proclamation.
I am Gabriela Maldonado, and I come from Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, okay, thank you.
Etienne Ozarek, Integrated Waste Management Superintendent. I have my outreach team with me. Ulrich, Lauren Bennett, and Nairi.
Okay. So I'll read the proclamation, and then maybe you have a few words that you can share with us. So it reads, whereas the City of Glendale, in accordance with Senate Bill 1383, recognizes that food waste is a global problem that has significant social, economic, and environmental consequences. And whereas food waste prevention is an essential step towards reducing the adverse impacts of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions while helping combat food insecurity. And whereas increasing food waste prevention encouraging edible food donation, and expanding the composting of organic waste throughout the city of Glendale will help reduce methane emissions from organic waste disposal in our landfills. And whereas organics recycling also helps create valuable compost that can enrich our soil, reduce the need for synthetic fertilizers, and help conserve water. And whereas the city of Glendale encourages businesses and large public events to donate edible food that would otherwise be discarded in order to help feed families in our communities, reduce food insecurity, and promote sustainable practices. Now therefore, I, Daniel Brotman, Mayor of the City of Glendale, proclaim April 1st to 7th, 2024 as Food Waste Prevention Week, and urge all businesses, organizations, and residents to join in the efforts to prevent food waste and participate in edible food recovery programs. By working together, we can raise awareness and take action to reduce food waste throughout our community and help create a more sustainable future for ourselves and for generations to come. Thank you. And we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gabriela Maldonado, and I am the Social Services Manager of the Salvation Army Glendale Burbank Corps and Community Center. It is an honor to be here, and if I may completely be honest, it is also nerve-wracking as I am not that great at public speaking, so I humbly ask that you bear with me.
So far, so good.
We are here today to acknowledge a huge problem of food waste. Food waste is a significant issue in the United States, with tons of edible food being thrown away, contributing to landfill waste. This waste could instead feed those in need, ensuring no child goes hungry. Through our ongoing collaboration with the City of Glendale, we aim to create a hunger-free community while minimizing food waste. Together, we can help eliminate this problem. People in need of food is a common seen in our Salvation Army programs. While growing up, I was constantly reminded of the privilege of enjoying a hot meal, followed by stories of what my parents experienced as children going without. An abundant amount of food in perfectly edible condition is being wasted every day. I am so grateful to the City of Glendale's Food Recovery Program. Their hard work on aiming to reduce edible food waste and address sustainability concerns has been noticed. Working with businesses to rescue surplus edible food and redirecting it to food recovery organizations like the Salvation Army instead of ending up in landfills. Together, the City of Glendale and food recovery organizations such as the Salvation Army can play a huge role in reducing food waste and ensuring that we provide food for those in need. And just so far, it's been great. You know, as Salvation Army, we constantly see families in need, and just by the hard efforts of this team, we've been able to do so much more. You know, we were providing a lot less, we're providing more, we're seeing the change, and I'm just grateful, you know. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
Don't go away yet. We'll deliver the proclamation. This way. Why don't you come here and you can hold that. Somebody want to go? Thank you. Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, what is next?
Next is commendations for businesses in Glendale who attained the Green Business Certification. Ara Kasabian CPA, Joie de Vivre Style, SIG Property Management, and the City of Glendale Central Library.
And are folks here to accept all of these?
We do have some in attendance, but we also have Ms. Regina Wheeler, who will just say a few words about the program.
Okay, great, thank you. I know we heard about it last week, but I'm sure it's worth hearing about it again. And to the folks that are getting the awards, would you kindly come forward? you want to speak first?
Good evening, Mayor Brotman and City Council. I'm Regina Wheeler, Recycling Coordinator, and I just briefly wanted to explain the reason why we have 4 of our certified businesses were invited tonight to tonight's City Council meeting. So we have 2 tiers of green businesses here in the city. Most of the businesses that were certified this past year were level 1, but these 4 businesses that were invited tonight were level 2. And the level 2 businesses have more certification measures. They have about 50 green measures that they need to complete in order to reach this certification level. And all of these levels are going to include measures such as water conservation, energy conservation, buying environmentally friendly products, and going beyond the basic measures of being environmentally friendly. So these 4 businesses that are here tonight have gone above and beyond what's required to be sustainable. So that's the reason we brought them here tonight, to introduce them to you and to recognize their sustainable efforts.
Thank you. And maybe you could just introduce yourselves. You don't have to give a speech. You could just.
Okay, my name is Monique Renaud. I'm with SIG Property Management.
I'm Kathleen Goldstein with Joie de Vivre Style.
Joseph Olivares, Library Arts and Culture.
Okay, thank you. And we have, is it Ara Kasabian? Ara Kasabian, he's not here. Okay. Well, thank you all for reaching this second higher tier. And these are the only 4 businesses that we have that have reached that tier, is that right?
This past year, yes.
This past year.
The certification lasts for 2 years, and right now we only have these 4 that are at this level of certification.
Well, thank you for the work you're doing, and I hope that your example will inspire others to seek out this certification. So let me bring these to you, and then we can go from there. Library. Put them, hold them up so we can see them. Okay. And we'll get a little photo op here. One more photo op. One more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so what is next?
Next is the outgoing mayor's comments.
Okay. So I make some comments and then I hand the gavel over to you. Is that right? Is that how we do this? Okay. Well, what a year it's been. Not exactly what I expected when I took the gavel at this time last year. And I am talking about the issues affecting the Glendale Unified School District. Even though most of the disruptions took place down the street at GUSD headquarters, it did spill over and create a distraction here. It definitely impacted our work, and in that sense, was a drag on productivity. It also, of course, soured the public mood and created unwanted tensions between communities. Despite the disruptions, we got a lot done. I'll mention a few of these things, and also a few that we didn't manage to get across the line this year, but I'm still looking forward to completing before I finish my term in office. Before I do, a reminder about the role of mayor. As my colleagues know, but some in the public do not always acknowledge, the mayor is just a first among equals. We run the meetings, so it looks like we have some special authority, but we really don't. The mayor has as much say on moving policy as anyone else on council. Any of the things that we accomplished this year, we accomplished collectively. And most of those things were initiated under prior mayors because the wheels of government move slowly and good things usually take years to come to fruition. So with that, let me start by talking about our efforts around housing and more generally, community development. One thing I'm proud of is the progress we've made this year to simplify and speed permitting. It's still a work in progress, but we are well and truly on our way to shedding our reputation for being a city that makes development feel like a slow and painful death. Outdated codes are being eliminated, review processes are being streamlined, development standards and design guidelines being made more objective and easier to understand. We've automated the approval of many standard projects such as solar installations, roof replacements, water heaters, things like that. Now you can expect automatic, instant approval for things that used to involve a many months-long process. And there's a lot more in the pipeline that I expect will materialize during the next mayor's term, not just code changes, but improvements to our newly launched EnerGov system and organizational changes to speed decisions and make the whole process friendlier. We've also continued to make progress with affordable housing. The Citrus Crossing and Harrower Village projects on Broadway with almost 170 affordable units for seniors have accepted applications and will be opening their doors this summer. Another 405 or so units will be coming online in the next couple of years via our Pioneer and Piedmont projects. No city is building more affordable housing per capita than Glendale. And we're seeing a healthy interest in ADUs, accessory dwelling units. 785 have been permitted in the past 3 years, and a big chunk of them just this past year. We know a lot more needs to be done in the housing area. The state is bearing down on us, and regional housing targets are no longer just recommendations. We can meet our numbers without destroying what we love about the city, but we need to strike a balance. It can't be just build, build, build without regard to quality. There's been too much lowest common denominator product, and we've all felt the backlash to that. Architects and developers need to step up and give us their best work. And they need to be prepared to adaptively reuse historical structures where they exist. I'm thinking of the Sears building, but there are other cases like this. We made some important strides on transportation too. The North Brand demonstration project is finally here, with staff ready to break ground, so to speak, in the coming weeks. First, parking protected bike lanes in the city. We recently approved a more significant and permanent reconfiguration of La Crescenta Avenue, which will address the speeding and high rates of collisions there, and will also free up space for more protected bike lanes. And we're in the midst of doing something similar on Glen Oaks, from Geneva to Central to link up with the eventual reconfiguration from Central into Burbank to support the upcoming bus rapid transit system. We know these projects will save lives, and they will make it easier to get around the city without a car, which the younger generation desperately wants, and the elderly increasingly need to avoid isolation. This is all good stuff, but it's been too long in the making. We need to step up the pace. People are getting hit and killed on a routine basis. People that want to walk and bike are not walking and biking because they don't feel safe. Congestion around our schools is insane. Speeding is insane. The only way we can move the needle is to finally establish a Department of Transportation and bring in a leader who is focused 100% on implementing our pedestrian plan, as well as the updated bike plan coming for adoption later this month. My single biggest regret is that we didn't get this done within my time as mayor, but I'm counting on the next mayor to make it happen. We've made big strides in the area of sustainability, one of my personal passions. We're well on our way to removing the old, dirty gas units at Grayson and are replacing them with a large battery storage system and 3 small, more flexible gas engines, which will be used mainly for reserves and the occasional summer afternoon demand spike. We've also approved 6 large solar projects on city property. Earlier this year, we submitted a 5-year plan to the State Energy Commission outlining our roadmap to achieve 100% clean energy by 2035. It's an aggressive goal for sure, but we can do it and we'll be better for it. We made moves to address our addiction to toxic plastics by banning the worst of the worst, polystyrene. I wish we had gone farther and implemented a ban on all single-use plastics and included requirements for restaurants to offer reusables for dine-in. But I understand my colleagues' reluctance to go too far before laying strong educational groundwork. I'm on board with that. I want this to work, not just to be a feel-good exercise. Still, I really hope we can get this job done this year. We also passed a ban on gas leaf blowers. We've got the same issue here as we do with plastics. We want people to comply willingly, not just at the threat of a citation. That will take a lot of education and financial assistance to gardeners to convert their fleet of equipment. We're working on all this now so that come September, when we begin to enforce, we will not meet a wall of resistance. In the meantime, I'm very proud to say that we've electrified all of the handheld landscaping equipment used by our Parks and Public Works teams. Just a week ago, we were named the largest municipal green zone in the entire United States of America. We are walking the walk, not just talking the talk. I'm also happy to report that we've made good progress expanding our urban tree canopy. Over 1,000 trees planted this year alone. In fact, I think the number is 1,400. Mostly in South Glendale, where the heat island effect is most pronounced. And we've implemented significantly stronger protections for public and indigenous trees. Last but not least, we're nearly finished with our climate action and adaptation plan. This will be our roadmap for enhancing air quality, increasing resilience to extreme weather, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I look forward to that coming to Council for adoption this fall. On to public safety. There's justifiable concern in the community about the increase in crime. We share that concern. The numbers are not pretty. Most categories saw increases in 2023 compared to 2022, and as we know, 2022 was already up substantially from pre-COVID levels. This is not just a Glendale problem, for sure, or even just an LA County problem. It's happening all across the country. What I want to emphasize is that we get it, and we are responding. We've gone on a serious recruitment mission and are shifting resources around to get more cops on the street, both on regular patrol and traffic enforcement. You've probably seen a lot more cars and motor officers out there and more people getting pulled over. I know I have. We also set up a task force focused on residential burglaries and joined a regional effort to attack large-scale retail theft, which has already led to over 200 arrests. Over the past few months, we've seen crime rates come down as compared to a year ago. It's too early to declare a trend change, but things do look promising. Now on to the economy. I'm proud to say that from a business perspective, we've truly put COVID in the rearview mirror. Retail revenues and hotel or transit occupancy taxes, as we call them, are higher than they've ever been. We've lost some great businesses and we'll miss them, but we've seen a steady stream of new entrants to fill the void and then some. About 100 new businesses opening their doors in Glendale in just the last year. The one exception to this rosy picture, as many of you know, is commercial office vacancies. Although even there, we're faring much better than LA, and our numbers are way down from 22% in 2023 to just under 16% now. I'll conclude by talking about our fiscal position. We're facing a cliff that no one likes to acknowledge. As we go into the upcoming budget season, we're feeling pretty good about our ability to balance our budget. We're also feeling pretty good about next year. But after that, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. Fundamentally, it's about our pension obligations hitting a critical threshold before they peak and start to decline in the mid-2030s. Nothing new about this, but we've been able to avoid the crunch because of all the COVID relief money we received starting in 2020. That large S is now history. Council has started the process of looking at various ways to balance future budgets, which is one of the goals I set out last year. A few of the strategies are relatively painless, like drawing down on our 115 trust fund, which we set aside for this purpose, or leasing out some city-owned parking lots for housing development, which we discussed earlier this evening. We can also draw down some of our general fund reserves, which, thanks to previous councils, are at very healthy levels. But these strategies are one-offs. In 3 years at most, we'll be faced with having to either develop significant new funding sources or cut services. We all want more: faster permitting, more cops on the street, more parks, solar subsidies, investments in our roads, more help for struggling renters and the homeless, and as you'll hear later this evening, significant spending to retrofit our fire stations. But are we willing to pay for it? We'll see when this debate comes to a head, probably sooner than you think. That one will be for the next 2 mayors. You're welcome. So, as I hope you can see, despite the disruptions, we haven't been sitting on our hands. We've been hard at work, and working together, I should add, more often than not unanimously, to get things done for the residents of Glendale. And that's a wrap for me. Thank you. Okay, what is next?
Next is the selection of a new mayor. The business before the council is the selection of a mayor. I will now entertain nominations for the office.
I would not like to nominate Councilmember Najarian.
Madam Clerk, I'll
Councilmember
nominate Councilmember Ellen Asatryan.
Thank you. We have 2 nominations for Councilmember Ara Najarian and Councilmember Elena Satrian. We have many public comments, so we will now go into public comments. I will give each individual 2 minutes to speak. If you would like to make a public comment, please fill out a card now or call in now. I will give folks 5 minutes to call in or fill out a card. We will cut off public comments in 5 minutes. We will not be able to receive any more comments. So please submit your cards and call in within the next 5 minutes. We will go to the people that are present in the audience. We will begin with Edgar. Edgar, you may come up and give your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I wanted to speak on agenda item 3F, the selection of a new mayor. I think it's important to point out that Mr. Najarian has been mayor 4 times in the past already. Ms. Devine has been mayor twice in the past. Mr. Kasakian has been mayor once in the past, and Mr. Brotman is the current mayor. The only person on this council who has never been mayor is Ms. Ellen Asatryan. Ellen Asatryan is an ally of the working class, an advocate for reproductive rights, and an ally to marginalized communities who faced harassment and discrimination over the past year in Glendale. Selecting Ellen Asatryan as mayor would be yet another victory against the bigots and misogynists who have been slandering her for the past year, and it would be a symbolic victory against the bigots who have been bringing chaos to Glendale since April of 2023. And the reason I'm here is because I'm a GUSD graduate class of 2022, and I'm here because they came for GUSD first and we defeated them, and I hope we can defeat them here today. If there's a process by which we can make Ellen Asatryan mayor today, I think the council majority should do that. And I personally would feel much safer in Glendale with Mayor Ellen Asatryan, and I know many people who would agree with me as well. Please make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tony Passarella. Tony, you may come up for your public comment, and following Tony is Catherine Yesayan.
Good evening, council, staff. Tony Passarella, 37-year resident of the city of Glendale. I kind of know how this is going to go tonight, but I'm going to give my comments regardless. 10 reasons why Ellen Asatryan should not be the mayor of Glendale. Lack of experience on council. Emotionally unbalanced, evidenced by multiple outbursts last week. Attempted to abandon the Glendale supporters after only 2 years on council with her assembly run. Beholden to developers and businesses by taking thousands of dollars in campaign contributions for her assembly run. No concern for residents of Astelia Apartments on Pacific and Broadway, as she wanted to extend the local noise ordinance to 2 a.m. 7 days a week. Noise from newly established Katzen Restaurant and Bar disturbing residents severely. Supporter of BLM, a Marxist terrorist organization who destroyed cities during the George Floyd psyop. Yeah, I said psyop. Go watch Fall of Minneapolis documentary. Cannot define what a woman is. She's got a grin on her face. Wants to give marijuana license to businesses, meaning the community don't want that. Removed from Parks and Recreation and Services because she was unethical. Mrs. Satrian, you have put the spotlight on yourself. Your extreme narcissism is glaring. And the people, your supporters, have abandoned you by your failed assembly run. Now using the famous words of Dr. Alex Palekian, take a
Your
look
time
at
is up.
yourself.
Thank you for your comments.
Listen
Your
to
time is up.
yourself.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Our next comment is by Catherine Yesayan. Please refrain from clapping or booing. You will be asked to leave the council chambers if this repeats. Thank you. Catherine Yesayan, you may come up for your public comment.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Catherine Yesayan. I'm a resident of Glendale for 45 years. Today I'm here to witness a historical event. I'm here to see our Elena Satrian to be selected as a mayor, as a youngest woman and an immigrant. I hope I will see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, again, refrain from clapping. Thank you. Next, our next comment is by Susan Bruselian. Susan, please come up for your comment.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Susan Bruselian. I'm here as a 35-year resident of Glendale. Until recently, I didn't realize the politics in selecting our city's ceremonial mayor each year. I truly thought that it was just a friendly passing of the gavel. Last week's meeting revealed all the political turmoil and behind-the-scenes drama in the mayoral selection process before the rules changed a little over 3 years ago. Last week, Councilwoman Devine rightly said, the system has worked well since then and should be fair to all. Councilman Najarian has proudly dedicated his service to our city for almost 20 years, meets all the requirements in the current municipal code, and has always prioritized his advocacy with our city's best interest at heart. Mr. Najarian has been actively involved in benefiting the city through his actions and dedication on many levels, was reelected 4 times for demonstrating his passion in putting our city's needs first, and should be selected as our next mayor. Thank you.
Our next public comment is by Ray Sheldon.
I want a mayor who understands that allowing transgender men into the private spaces of real women and girls is a form of sexual assault. You scream at every opportunity, Ellen, that you defend girls. Yet we know that when transgender men are allowed into the private spaces of women, they get raped and assaulted. You are no defender of women. You are only a defender of yourself. You betray your people and your family. I want a mayor who understands that those who advocate transgender ideology are misogynists. They hate women. They hate them. I want a mayor who understands that there are only two genders and that you cannot change your gender. And if you want to change your gender, you need to seek therapy. I want a mayor who understands that Dagny Benedict killed herself because her teachers and her family abandoned her, not because she was beaten by somebody. If you think the protests out in front of the school district were something to behold, you'll be surprised if you break the law and not elect Ara, the rightful next mayor.
Next comment is by James Clark. Please refrain from speaking during this time. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Madam Clerk.
Please ask the members of the audience to refrain from vulgar gestures from either side to anyone. I
Yes.
think
Please refrain
I
from
want this to
making.
run away from us.
Please refrain from making any gestures, making any comments that are disruptive. You will be asked to leave. Thank you. James Clark, you may proceed.
Evening, Council, Mayor. Councilmember Asatarian was elected by the people, and as per the law of this city, she has the opportunity to become mayor. That opportunity still exists and is not being denied. Her mistake is demanding that she serve as mayor within her first term, something which has never been guaranteed. Council members Asatarian and Kasakian have chosen to divide this city by attempting to prevent the rightful mayor, as per the law, taking his seat. They are employing predictable tactics of identity politics in this attempted coup. I don't care that you're a woman. I don't care that you're an Armenian woman. I don't care that you're an immigrant. I am. What I care about is that you're the right woman for the seat, as Councilmember Devine so astutely stated last week. People have come here tonight to claim that Councilmember Najarian is anti-LGBT. Councilmember Najarian endorsed me for City Council and my husband, Alex Barlekian, for Congress. This support is not the action of a homophobe. The anti-LGBT labeling needs to stop. The imagined victimhood is as laughable as it is exhausting. I can give you multiple reasons why Ms. Asatarian is unsuitable, but with little time, I'll say this. Last week, Councilmember Asatarian said she doesn't have to listen to our free speech. To that, I'll say this. Listening to your constituents is the very least you can do as an elected official. I encourage Council to continue discussing ways in which the existing law can be improved to ensure equity of opportunity. However, this city should remain a meritocracy. I urge Council to vote in line with the mayoral selection process, law as it is written, and to not deviate from that to serve one individual's long-term career goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Denise Miller. Denise Miller, please come up. Following Denise Miller is Lisa Cusack.
Good evening, Mayor Brotman, City Council, and City staff. In my previous comments, I asked Council to consider that the language in this ordinance match the intent. The intent here, as written, is selection of a new mayor, and that process should be fair and equitable to all concerned. Taking out politics, it seemed, would be a simple rotation process, one that considers every council person rotate each year into the position of mayor. Looking to the past for guidance, in 2023, it was Dan Brotman, 2022, Artie Kasakian, 2021, Paula Devine, 2020, Reg Agajanian, and 2019, Ara Najarian. Going forward, a fair and equitable scenario in 2024 so that no one council person is skipped over that has never served as mayor is Ellen Asatrian, and then the rotation would begin again. I remind again that we as residents elect all council as equal members to serve our city. We do not focus on hierarchy, seniority, titles, or the words experience. You may wish to keep the language surrounding being mayor in the year running for re-election, but all other language is unnecessary, adds layers, and complicates what should be a fairly simple process. And simply because I have the time, I would like to add that Mary Ann Plumley, the fourth woman who was elected to council history and skipped over for mayor, was my neighbor and close personal friend for the last 20 years of her life. I can tell you that Mary Ann Plumley never described the experience of being skipped over as bitter, nor did she ever sit down with her husband and say, I'm unqualified. This is a woman at 85 that asked me to teach her how to use Uber so that we could meet. I can tell up close and personally how she looked at conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Cusack, please come up for your public comment.
Good evening. The laws regarding the selection of mayor, as written in the City Code of Conduct, clearly states that the council member with the longest, continuous, uninterrupted service shall be elected as mayor. That is, without dispute, Councilmember Aaron Najarian, who has faithfully served the city for 20 years and has already proven himself to be a fair and hardworking leader. This law for selecting the mayor puts the best interest of the city first, as it allows the most experienced council member to guide the agenda of the city and cuts out the drama and the infighting. No legitimate evidence has been presented that it is somehow now in the best interest of Glendale to change the rules to allow more inexperienced and untested members to serve during their first term. Members of the City Council are not only elected to write and enforce the laws, but to serve as an example of upholding them, regardless of personal politics, ambition, or favoritism. It sets a dangerous precedent when leaders begin ignoring laws because they can, or changing them for their own personal gain. What other laws would members of the City Council consider finding a clever way to get around? Residents of Glendale are required to follow all the laws, even ones we may not like, but certain members of this council are behaving like the rules do not apply to you. How can we trust your leadership when you behave like that? While breaking or changing the rules so you can cut in line may get you what you want now, there are always unintended consequences for not equally following or applying the law. Councilmember Asatrian, if you become mayor in this way, by taking a shortcut and claiming that the same standards should not apply to you because you're a woman, you will not have the same respect and support from the community that you would if you simply did the hard work to serve the city for a longer period of time. I encourage the council to do what is in the best interest of the city by putting personal considerations aside, following the laws that are on the books to elect the rightful mayor for this term, Councilmember Aaron Najarian. Thank you.
Our next public comment is by Maine. Okay. Mane. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Mane. I am living this city so long time, and I know people all sitting here. I know Aaron Najarian, I know you. Your brain is zero. It's in my opinion. What's your answer? Showing your brain capacity. You must go to school and sit with teenagers and studying. You don't know. God made two genders, women and girls. First, you didn't any useful work for this, not for this city, for everywhere. Aaron Najarian capacity, he is working like horse. He makes so good things. No, everybody must see what he did, but I cannot see. Can you show me what he did? Any useful? Your useful Q equals 0. You must shame and sitting there. You're thinking only about your money capacity, your share capacity. It's a shame. And you, all of this, waking, I didn't vote for you. And all of my people around me know what did you good. But compare never. He's a maybe 100% something, but 80% better than do. You can say, show me what did you do during your life, during you must teenager. I can teach you 2 more because you don't know what your answers. You understand? Zero capacity. And you city, now city comes very dirty everywhere where I'm living. City, what? Listen me. What you reading there? Listen me. And when I going in the street, there's too much homeless, too dirt, everywhere. No rules, no right. You must think.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Your comments are over. Thank you. Please refrain from making a commotion. Thank you. Our next public comment is by Hans Johnson.
Thank you, Clerk Abajian, and thank you, Mayor Brotman, for those inspired summation of your tenure as mayor. I'm here on behalf of the East Area Progressive Democrats, the largest Democratic club in Los Angeles County and in California. And I'm here to speak to the merits of selecting Ellen Asatrian as the next mayor and to speak to her merits and her service to the community that we are deeply familiar with. Ellen's work for voting rights is on record for our club members of the last 6 years. Her work for environmental justice, her work for small business, and her work in the community to make people have greater trust and connection with local government is something that our members know from personal experience. But I'm here tonight to speak in support of fairness and non-discrimination in the selection of the mayorship. In the last 2022 election, before this one, Ellen Asatrian received more votes than any other first-time woman candidate in the history of Glendale. Her consideration for mayor tonight should be a point of honor for the city, not one of division. Having witnessed and listened to the comments at the last council meeting, I want to urge the council to rise above that tone of rawness, of division and spitefulness, and to come together and to choose the only member of the council who has not yet had the opportunity to serve as mayor, and that is Ellen Asatrian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Mike Mohill, followed by Tamara Movsesian.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Adios, Mayor Dan Brotman. Tonight we end the era of dictator Mayor Dan Brotman. His time in office has been contentious meetings between himself and the public. I learned years ago there were 9 ways.
Please address the business at hand, which is the selection of a new mayor.
It's talking about the mayorship, ma'am. And you're new to this job, so get some learning first before you speak out.
Please refrain from making. I'm going to have to ask you to
this
leave.
This is
I'm
about
sorry.
the mayorship and who
I'm
we
sorry.
want.
I'm going to have to ask you
no,
to
you
to
don't.
leave.
Madam Clerk, just let him finish. You get a little leeway, but just get to the point, Mike.
We're talking about council members and how we select them and their reputation. Their reputation when they leave office. Now let me start the next paragraph, please. I learned years ago there were 9 ways to skin a cat, and it seems Dan Brotman could not find one, or did he? Last April, at the Armenian genocide event at the Alex Theater, he had the audacity to compare the annihilation of 1.5 million Christian Armenians from their ancestral homeland with sundown laws, slavery, and the Tongva Indians, who were the early settlers in the land we call Glendale today. Then he brought up the Jewish Holocaust. He only mentions his Jewishness for political purposes. About 90 days later, at the June 6, 2023 council meeting, he changed the 3-minute community announcement meeting,
Excuse me, Mike.
which oral
I'm sorry,
communication,
but you're not
we was
addressing.
part of the
Mike.
year.
It's out of order, I'm
It is
sorry.
Stop,
about,
stop.
look, I'm talking,
Mike,
You're
you
gonna
have
have
to
to
get,
leave.
right, you
This
have some time to get to the point, but you've taken that time. Please get to the point of who should be the next mayor.
I want a mayor like Paula Devine was. Because you know what she did? I'm going to read it to you right here. In 2016, Councilwoman Paula Devine became the new mayor. The hat lady, Margaret Hammond, was already in her 80s and found it difficult to drive in the dark.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
new
Mohill, you're
Paula
out of
Devine
time.
changed
Thank
the
you.
5-minute rule.
Thank
No,
you.
keep
You may
breaking
take a
me up.
seat. You may take a seat. Thank you for your comments.
Councilwoman Paula Devine,
Thank you for your comments.
You earned the honor of being
Thank
probably
you
the
for
one of
your
the best
comments.
mayors we've ever
Please
had here.
have a seat.
Thank you. And we don't always agree, do we?
Please have a seat. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tamar Movsesian.
Ոնց որ միշտ ես կխոսեմ հայերեն, ով հասկանում է հասկանա հալալը լիրան, ով էլ չի հասկանում թարգմանությունը հետո կլսեն։ Ուրեմն սկզբից խոսելու եմ senior citizen-ների շենքի մասին, որի մասին շատ լավ բոլորը տեղյակ եք, այս երկու council member-ներն էլ Արտաշեսը շուտվանից գիտեր, էլ է դու ռեմոնտից հետո ես եկել տեսել։ Մինչև այսօր լիքը թերություններ կա բոլոր ապարտմենտներում, բայց մարտի 6-ին City-ից եկել են ու ընդունել են այդ շենքը, քեֆել արել են։ Ես չեմ եղել այնտեղ, դրա համար երրորդ դեմքից եմ խոսում։ Հա, ով ընդունե, ոնց ընդունե, ինչի ընդունե։ Մինչև այսօր դրսի դռները չեն փակվում, արդեն 2 տարի է, ինչ ռեմոնտը սկսել են, դրսի դռները չեն փակվում։ Պլաս, հիմի սկսել են գիշերը գալ դռները ծեծեն, գլազոկից նայում են, պարավները դուռը բաց չեն անում, փոլիս են կանչում, հա, հետո պարզվում է, ինչ-որ ծանոթ է, եսի միջա, իբրև օֆիսի աշխատողը, գիշերվա կեսին օֆիսի աշխատողը ինչ գործ ունի, այդ շենքի մասին։ Հաջորդը, դուք շատ եք սիրում գնալ…
Ներողություն դիգին Թամարա, հաջեցեք ձեր խոսակցությունը պետք է լա քաղաքաբերի ընտրության մասին, ասիգա այն…
Ինչա պետք է…
Ձեր խոսքերը պետք է լա քաղաքաբերի ընտրության մասին. Your comments have to be regarding the election of a mayor.
Չգիտեի, որ էտա, ես ուշ եկա, դրա համար տեղյակ չէի։ Հա, հիմի մի բան էլ ասեմ, ու չեմ խոսալու։ Բոլորը սիրում եք գրիլ, սենտրալ վրայի գրիլը գնալ, բիզնես լանչի, հալալըլի ձեզ, էտ էլ ածրի ձեզ, համար հալալըլի, բայց չունեմ ասելու, կերեք, խմեք ու աշխատեք, կարևորը որ աշխատեք, չեք աշխատում, ինչ եք արել, այդ բարձությունները, որ ձեր ոտը կկպրեն գրիլ գնալուց հետ գալուց, ասվալտել եք, բայց 100 մետր ներքև, Պարկինգի մոտ, էլի կա բարձրություններ, այդ ջանդա բնակիչները ընկնում են, մեռնում են, վնասվում են, այդ հեչ։ Ընտրությունների համար են, ես համամիտ եմ Արայի հետ, որ հին օրենքը պետք է մնա, ոչ թե ամեն անգամ օրենքը փոխեք ոնց ուզեք, որոշ բորդի անդամները ամեն անգամ 13 թվից գտնեն, որ երկրորդ կոնկուրենտը չկա, իրանց ընտրեն, բոլա ձուկ ձեզ ընտրեք,
Thank you, շնորհակալ եմ, thank you.
Վերջ։
Our next comments are by Thomas Alexandria. Thomas? Tomik?
My name is Thomas Tomik Alexanian. I've been a resident of the Glendale since 1978, 45 years. Directly from Tehran to here, and I've seen all kinds of up and down for Glendale. But one thing is obvious. Glendale has been a dream jewel city that everyone wanted to make Glendale his home. I know this year is a very difficult year. It's an election year, and what we need is an experience. I know that everyone has a chance to get elected, and I'm sure everyone has been and will be again a mayor. But this year, me and some of my colleagues, I'm talking on their behalf, that is very important that we have someone with a real experience, because it's a very difficult year. And I, with all due respect to every and each one of you, I would like to support and ask that you elect Aran Najarian. Thank you.
Please refrain from clapping. Our next public comment is by Eric.
Thank you. Mr. Najarian has proved to be on the side of family values. He has served as mayor before. The community knows where he stands, and the community stands with him. In contrast, Ms. Asaturian proved last week that she is unhinged and unstable. Her temperamental behavior certified her unfit to fulfill the duties and requirements of mayor. She stated she is a role model for young women, yet by awarding galas with a city proclamation, she proved she is a role model to transgender women, not our daughters and sisters. Ellen did not condemn the gala's trans strip event. Her silence speaks loudly of approval. Ellen stated she would approve an application for a pride parade down Brand. Fair is fair. That's your motto? Would she approve an application for the KKK or Satanic Church? This election will shape the culture of this city, as we have seen with the radical leftification, wokeness, transgenderism brought by Dan Brotman. Ellen would solidify the end of our family-centric city and the rise of anti-family secular culture. Mr. Kasakian, this election will be more on you than any other councilman. If you cast your vote for Ms. Asaturian, you will be responsible for her actions as mayor, just as if you did it yourself. Every decision she makes that furthers Glendale from family values, you will be responsible. Every opportunity she takes to promote and award wokeness and trans organizations, you will be responsible. Every public trans event, sexual depiction, art display, as they like to call it, you will be responsible. Artie, you've spoken about fairness last Tuesday. Well, it is only fair to judge you based on your decisions, particularly the one you will make today. Thank you.
Please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Our next public comment is by Tasha Jenkins. Following Tasha is Vahik Meserkhani and Zare Amirian.
Good evening. I had written a little insert to speak on, but I'm going to go from the heart right now. The mayor is supposed to be an extension of our city, and our city is divided right now. I don't know how we are to move forward with the division that's taking place in our city. I have sat here and I've listened to everyone speak about who they thought would suit the city as mayor. And everyone have sat here and they talked in terms of their own agendas. But what is the agenda of our city? What are we to do here for our city? How do we move our city forward? We need a strong mayor to be able to do that. As you can hear from my seat where I was sitting, there's a lot of division in our city. We can build as many housing buildings. We can bring trains in here. We can get the homeless off the streets. We can put solar panels all on top of apartment buildings. But how do we bring connectivity to our city? Dan just said the mayor doesn't have authority over the whole entire city council, that you guys create unity when you're making decisions. How do we do that when you're divided? It's clear that there's the division amongst you. So if we're to move this city forward, the mayor is the extension. How do we do that? How do we move forward as a city positively without all the white noise? I must say that I'm embarrassed and appalled at what I heard here tonight from everyone. We're all adults here, and we all have a responsibility.
Thank you, Tasha. Your time is up. Next is Vahik Meserkhani.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members.
I'm sorry. Please respect the speaker. Please make sure that you're not interrupting the speakers. Thank you. Okay, you may start.
Well, I guess for people who don't know me, I'm Dr. Vahik Meserkhani. I'm a dentist. As a matter of fact, serving the Glendale community for about 30 years, more than 30 years. I've been a witness, the challenges in the city for so many years in the front. The issue here is, in order to run an organization, division is the biggest problem, I'm in charge of about 40 people in my practices. And in order for us to run everything efficiently, what we need to do is we need to come together. This is a community. We need to be together. Mrs. Ananasterian, I know her. I know the family. As a matter of fact, family members are sitting here. But at the same time, I know Mr. Najarian since 30 years ago. As a matter of fact, 31 years ago. It's not easy to leave your practice. He left his law practice, really left the practice to serve this city for 20 years plus, and being mayor for many, many times. What I like to say is his experience matters. And for any organization, including the city of Glendale, it matters to have somebody who's been here in the past, experience the challenges in the city. I know every single council member here is eligible, obviously. Why? Because we vote for them. But at the same time, in my opinion, we should put the division aside, get together. If it's his turn to be elected, let it be. And obviously, Council Member Elena Sirian, your term is going to be followed.
Thank
so
you.
That's
Thank
my
you.
comments for the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zare Amirian. Following Zare is Ani Gregorian and Marguerite.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Zara Amirian, a 35-year resident of the City of Glendale. I have also had the honor of serving as a commissioner in our jewel city for nearly 20 years. Tonight, I stand before you as a concerned citizen to share my thoughts about the selection of our next mayor. The decision you face, and more importantly, the manner in which you face it, will shape the future of Glendale. As council members, you have the power to set a course that either unites or divides us. I urge you to choose unity. I ask you to approach this selection with an open mind and an honest heart. Please do not allow partisan politics or other agenda to cloud your judgment or taint this established process. The use of vague rules to gain political leverage does not serve our community. It only serves to deepen the divide. Remember, this council represents everyone in the city, not just the relatively small percentage of residents who voted for each of you. We look to you for leadership, integrity, and a commitment to the common good. As you make this decision, I implore you to put aside personal agendas and focus on what's best for Glendale. Follow the established process tonight in good faith, and if you must, modify the rules to address whatever perceived issues you have with the current process. Thank you for your time and for your continued service to our city.
Thank you. Next is Ani Gregorian.
Good evening, council members. Many of us are gathered here today because Ellen doesn't want to wait her turn. A rule has been established, voted on, working just fine until now, when Ellen wants to have pushed Otto out of his chance of the rotating position. Again, all she has to do is wait 1 year. Wait her turn, but she's pushing her own way, which makes us all reluctant. What other rules will be pushed around next, and for whose wishes? Wishes above the city's needs? Champion of women, she claims, but we have seen her values, and everyone in their family has, in Glendale and beyond, has seen her video where she cannot identify what a woman is. But she is now championing an immigrant women's, she'll say whatever. And you know, Glendale is tired of seeing things moved and pushed around. So we trust in Ada, and the room speaks for itself.
Our next public comment is by Marguerite. I hope I'm reading this correctly.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, today we need to make a decision, and a mayor being a mayor is not being just a leader for some kids' party or something. It is a leader for a city, and we have about 200,000 people in the city. We need a mayor who had rich experience being a mayor. I just cannot understand, Elena Satrian, what is this urge that you want to usurp right now, this seat? What is it? You will have your turn. Why won't allow the person, Ara Najarian, has his turn, and you know, and you as a younger person, you know, you're gonna be the next one, unless you're gonna go to Sacramento, which you want somewhere to go higher. But just let somebody who has experience and the people respect, and he has done things good for this city for years, okay, and let's see what is gonna happen next. And in terms of women, girls, grandmothers, sisters, they want a mayor who would represent them as women, okay? But who is a woman? You have been asked the question, how many genders were there, and who is a woman? Can you define? I mean, we want someone who respects women, someone who respects families, you know, someone who does not create this type of a division, who values families, okay? And I don't know what is it, so I'm just asking you to look deep down into your heart. Think carefully. Do you really need this right now? Why? Is there because money behind you? Who is pushing you? I don't know. Whatever is there, please.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Now we will move to callers. Our first caller is Catherine Gardner. Catherine, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Regarding the mayoral selection, at the last city council meeting, I was disappointed to see the anti-LGBTQ hate group Leave Our Kids Alone show up to support Ara Najarian for mayor, I wanted to note that the Leave Our Kids Alone spokesman and a few who spoke at the meeting are not Glendale residents. They're from the San Fernando Valley, North Hollywood, and Los Angeles. Their main connections to Glendale are costing the city of Glendale $40,000 a pop for extra police protection to stop riots from happening at the school board meetings, and their support of Councilmember Najarian. Well, it's shocking to me that the city would risk a civil rights lawsuit by electing a council member who courts the support of anti-LGBTQ groups. My opinion does not matter, as I am also from LA. But I would ask you to similarly disregard their opinion. Thank you so much. Trans women are women. I hope the city doesn't get sued. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Guyane K? Guyane, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Hello, City Council members. My public comment is for this agenda item 3F in selection of a new mayor. I would like to first tout what the previous speaker, Mr. Vahik Messerhani, eloquently stated, and how Ms. Lisa Cusack laid out so well in regards to how the merits of a mayor is fulfilled. I would like to show my support for Councilman Mr. Ara Najarian for city mayor. Not only is Mr. Ara Najarian an exemplary leader of our city, but his actions in previously holding the city mayor position has consistently shown respect for the city, honoring the constituents' wishes of this city, been a major part of this city's success, and we need a veteran of this position like Ara Najarian, a family man, a humble man, a genuine city member is the right choice for our mayor. An experienced council member who's been a part of our lives nearly 20 years. So who better than Ara Najarian for city mayor? And I wholeheartedly support him. Please vote for this remarkable man, Ara Najarian, for Glendale city mayor. Thank you.
Our next caller is Rosie. Rosie, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Rosie, and I've been a resident of Glendale since 1992. Our city needs an experienced council member. Ellen has been in her seat for such a short time, and with all due respect, I don't believe she is ready to take the seat of mayor. Ellen is inexperienced and, quite frankly, is not loyal to Glendale. I mean, she was ready to leave Glendale had she won the recent election for assembly. Our beautiful city is her second choice. We are not her priority. I believe she would wait her turn, just like everyone has in the past. I believe Ara is an honorable council member, a reputable option for mayor. He's a good man with good values, and he speaks for the people of Glendale, not for the 1%. His 20 years of experience as part of the city council shows his dedication to the city. We need someone like him as mayor. Thank you.
Our next caller is Katie Fowler. Katie, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. I want to first say thank you to all of you for your service. I know how much time you give up in your personal and professional lives to not only keep the city running, but to improve the lives of people and families like mine who reside here. That being said, my reason for calling is it feels like a lot of time is being wasted right now debating who should be mayor next when that has already been decided. Paula Devine said it best in the council meeting last week. The process has to be predictable. If it's not, it becomes ugly, which is exactly what's happening. Councilmember Najarian is next in rotation for mayor, not because of seniority, a word that was thrown around a lot at last week's council meeting. He's just next in line. That's how it works. And if he's been mayor several times before already, that's simply because he served 17 years on council in some capacity because he was elected and reelected by the people of Glendale, like me. I think the younger council members, like Elena Satrian, could have several chances, too, to be mayor if they're able to serve as long as Council Najarian has. It's not about fair. It's just simple math. I also wanted to bring up the gender issue, which is not a real issue. Paula Devine has been mayor in her decade of service. And frankly, as a woman, I find it insulting that Councilman Najarian is being pressured to give up his term so a woman can be mayor and made to look like a misogynist because he's not willing to. Finally, I admire the passion you all bring to council in different ways, but I'd like to see your passion put into real matters. Council voted for a rotation system so that you could all get on with what you were elected to do. And finally, for the record, our Najarian is not anti-LGBTQ. You can Google it. He is an ally of the LGBTQ community. He's just simply pro-parent.
Thank you, Katie. You're out of time. Thank you very much. Please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Our next caller is Cheryl Smith. Cheryl, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I want to thank the outgoing Mayor Brotman, council members, and Clerk Abajian for the work you're doing for Glendale. And I want to call upon you, our elected officials, to help maintain the safety and integrity of our city. Currently, that record has been tarnished by extremists who have attacked our school systems, its teachers, administrators, board members, and parents. Further, we have elected officials like Councilmember Najarian entertaining false and hateful ideas about what our schools were supposedly teaching. He did this in a broadcast interview with a failed school board candidate instead of first conferring with district officials about whether these falsehoods had any veracity to them, which they absolutely did not. This is not only unethical, it is dangerous behavior. I'm asking you, council members, to remember this and that your responsibility is to keep the safety of our citizens and integrity of our city intact. I was at an event the other night and heard a wealthy donor talking about giving millions to our city, but instead backing out because of the hate being stoked by extremists here. The past has left an ugly mark on our city this past year. People have been bullied, store owners have been harassed for being inclusive. The hate has cost the city financially and psychologically, and the targeting of various groups is cruel and has to stop. We're all neighbors. We have to come together and include everyone. I want my kids to meet Ellen Asatrian as our new mayor, not only as someone who is making history with her career, but who is leading with love and courage, because the mayorship does make a difference. They were so excited to meet Mayor Brotman and sense his care as a person and a leader. Kids know. Your votes will bear the responsibility now of how the next few years will go for everyone in our city. Many of us are watching very closely, and we are depending on you. Thank you.
Our next caller is Angie G. Angie, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Angie G. Okay, we'll move on to Armin. Armin, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I think this decision is a slam dunk. Like Mr. Garcia, the attorney, said, we cannot change the rules in 1 week. You want to change the rules, you do it in the summertime. Mr. Najarian is 63 years old. He is old enough to be Ellen's father. Mr. Najarian has served 4 times because he's paid his dues. When Ellen is 63 years old, she might be mayor 4 times, but it's not her turn yet. I feel bad for Mr. Najarian. He's been discriminated against. I mean, all these years, not one council member had his turn or her turn skipped. Always what the rules say. And the majority of the callers and speakers have supported Mr. Najarian. The rule says that Mr. Najarian is next in line. And as a public servant, which Ellen is, I never had her answer this question for me. How many genders are there? It's a simple question that she can never answer. Please elect R. Najarian as mayor. The rules say that he's next in line, and the majority of the callers and speakers want him to be elected as mayor. Thank you.
Our next caller is Fernando Roldan. Fernando, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As always, a pleasure to talk with you folks. Okay, I'll tell you what family values are. Family values for the next mayor need to be, we stop this racism. We stop this discrimination. We stop discrimination against LGBTQ, against African Americans, against Latinos, and against people with disabilities. The next mayor needs to include people with disabilities in their campaigns, so they can make sure that Glendale is an accessible place. I'm still seeing there are still not a lot of apartments that are accessible towards us people with wheelchairs. That needs to change. I'd like to see more sidewalks, better sidewalks that are accessible, even though there are more, but still up in the hills, like in La Crescena, more needs to be met. The point is, I'd like to see Glendale be an equal partner for everybody, including those who I just mentioned, LGBTQ, African Americans, Latino Americans. I am proud to be born in Colombia, but I am proud to be a Glendalian. And I ask my fellow Glendalians, let's stop the fighting. If we're going to get a new mayor, at least let him or her listen to our needs and our demands. Because right now, look around, folks. Ukraine and Russia have to stop this war. Palestinians are suffering because of these bombardments with our brother and sister Israelites. That needs to stop. Armenians also needs to stop this war against their fellow countrymen, their other countrymen as well.
Please.
These wars need to stop, and I ask the new mayor to include that in his or her agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Damien Selvin. Damien, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate. I actually stood in front of the council members, I believe it was well over a year ago, and we actually talked about this very topic then, and I actually advocated at the time. This is not a new topic, and I know that the hall is filled with a lot of people who aren't usually there week after week when there are a lot of empty chairs, but to bring the history to reality, people have been bringing up the idea that the system of selecting the mayor has been a flawed one for a long time. People didn't wake up a week ago and say, hey, the system doesn't look right. People have been aware of it, and now that we are on the eve of making what I think a lot of people feel is a mistake, we're looking at it more seriously, and that's worth doing. I mean, any policy that doesn't work, I always say when I speak, Glendale's a great town, and if you're a great town, and I believe this policy was created with the best intentions to make sure that there was equitable, everyone gets a turn, collegiate fraternity. And, it turned out that it just didn't work in practice. And so when something doesn't work, what do? You fix it. That's a great line from my favorite movie, Having Conway. If you've got a winning team and something isn't working, you change the play. You got to set the boat right, rock the boat. Everyone has experience up there. You were all equals. You were all voted in. And the optics just don't look right for there to be 4 people who have served and 1 person who's an equal among them who doesn't get to serve. I mean, I think we're missing the boat. I don't think this is about Ellen. It's not about Aura. I think we have a great city council. We have 5 city council members, all of whom are completely capable and are the chosen representatives of our people. Everyone should get a chance to serve. But I think, a council like we have that's arguing, I don't think it's a bad thing for our council to argue, because if there were only one point of view, we wouldn't need 5
Thank you,
council members.
Damien. Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next caller is Karen Costa. Karen, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you, City Council members, Mayor. It's so nice to be able to speak to you. Thank you for taking my call. I am in support of Ellen Asastrian. I believe that she is inclusive in the city. For people that are bashing that she wanted to run for California Assembly, Glendale was still part of her area, and she would have still represented Glendale, so I think that's a moot point. If I'm not mistaken, I think the laws were changed or rules were changed a year or so ago about the rotation system. I think the rotation should be next in line. With Paula being gone, who I admire immensely, I really believe we should have a woman in there that is very inclusive with our transgender LGBT community. And I think that the people that have spewed out the hate and bashing comments are completely inappropriate. And I think we need to stand together as a community. And I support Ellen 100%. Thank you so much for my call.
Our next caller is Derek Malin. Derek, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Derek? Derek Malian? Okay. Our next caller is Victoria Valentine. Victoria, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, good evening. The way I understand the circus is that a Saturn has one leg into two different directions. She was on her way out. Who promised her that the diploma is up for grabs? The people that never took action, they're on the city council right now. Who promised that the city is up for grabs? The city is not up for grabs. Who has the guts to tell her, do not cut in line, get in line? Who's got the guts? And if she would gracefully withdraw, that would bring her even more circus. Thank you.
Our next caller is Angie. Angie, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you to the council and to outgoing Mayor Brotman for his dedication and service. As a GUSD parent, I want to implore the council to consider the harm caused to Glendale in the last year by those who spread lies and misinformation about our school district and LGBTQ+ community, and the responsibility our city leaders have to fairly represent all constituents. Our Najarian has not done that. He has echoed some of the worst rhetoric and spread misinformation on large platforms, which has put a target on our school district and our LGBTQ+ families. In a truly fair community, we would be able to elect our mayor by democratic vote. Since that is not the case, the council has the opportunity to look to the very recent victories of Telly C. and Neda Farid to see the clear mandate of our community for representation by those who value and prioritize inclusion and equity. Please appoint Elena Satrian to be the next mayor of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. We had one more caller, but we lost that caller. We're trying to see if they'll call back, but are they on? Okay, we'll move on. We had already called their name and they were not responding. Now we will move to council comments, discussion, and deliberation.
Madam Clerk, may I make a point of order? The ordinance says that a council member with the seniority shall be selected. There is another clause in the mayor selection law that deals with council discretion regarding et cetera, not in the best interests. If it's council's intention, because there are 2 nominations, to entertain that, then I will be viewing this as an adversarial administrative hearing, and I will leave the dais, and I am represented, and I will go to this table because you have some work to do, we all have some work to do, and you're basically putting me on trial. So I'm going to leave the dais and have a seat and invite my attorney to sit next to me.
Can we get some clarification from the
Sure,
city attorney?
if I may.
Clarification from the city attorney. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, members of the council, Councilman Najarian. So from our perspective, although Councilman Najarian is correct that the municipal code, as we've all discussed, does state that the council member with the longest continuous service shall be appointed. There is the exception that says notwithstanding that section, the council can make a determination that it's not in the best interest to select the person next in line and choose the next person. In our view, we have looked at this and we've also had communication with Mr. Najarian's attorney. That does not turn this into an adversarial hearing, does not turn this into a quasi-judicial hearing, requiring either the taking of evidence or the examination of witnesses. Certainly within your discretion to allow that, but our view is it's not required and I wouldn't recommend it. Again, typically there's legislative decision-making, which is either adopting a set of rules or policies, or adopting a rule that applies in the context is truly legislative. The appointment of the mayor is essential to the legislative process that the council engages in on a day-to-day, week-to-week, monthly basis. The mayor chairs the meetings. The mayor, although it doesn't necessarily set the agenda, can decide when things go on the agenda from a timing perspective. From our view, that makes it a legislative decision on who is the mayor, including the decision to select somebody other than the person next in line. So that's kind of where we're at. I'm not sure if it's certainly up to either the city clerk as the chair of this particular item or council members to ask further questions. But I don't, Mr. Najarian, I guess, can participate from there, but I don't believe this otherwise requires it to be treated as an adversarial hearing or a hearing that requires the taking of testimony of any form.
Well, let me answer that right away. Mr. Garcia, I think you have an ethical duty to recuse yourself from this hearing. Whose attorney are you? Are you the attorney for the city council, acting as judges? Are you the attorney for the city council, acting as prosecutors? You're not my attorney. So you can't sit there and give advice to the prosecutors who are also sitting as the judges and jury and witnesses in this case. Your ethical duty as an attorney under the Code of Responsibility for Attorneys indicates, and there's case law on this, that you must recuse yourself. We need an independent attorney to sit here. Anything that you advise the court, the judges, about is tainted because your role is commingled, representing both the prosecution on this case and the body of the tribunal. And you have your ethical duty, and I insist that you revoke and you recuse yourself from this matter because that is your ethical duty as an attorney. Your advice to the council is flawed, in my opinion. It's flawed because you have a dual loyalty.
So, Madam Clerk, point of order. Is Councilmember Najarian speaking as a member of the public, or is he speaking as a council member on the dais? Does he not have a limitation on time? Does he not have to get the? Does he not have to take? Does he not have to ask for an opportunity to speak? If he's not on this dais, does he have the floor? I don't understand how this works.
Sure. So, and that's a good question, and if I can address it, let me address first of all, again, because we don't view this as an adversarial proceeding. We don't view the council in this particular role acting as a judge or the prosecutor, and for that reason, I don't believe I have a conflict. I'm the city attorney. As such, I advise the city on legal matters, and through the body or individual who has the responsibility to take the particular action. I'm doing that. I'm advising the council. You're a member of the council, and I'm advising you too. Unlike other proceedings where, for example, if we were terminating somebody's vested right to employment, such as somebody who is a civil service employee, and they would have protected rights. So again, I do believe it's certainly up to the council and the chair of this particular matter to allow Mr. Najarian to speak when it's his turn. But again, I don't believe Councilman Najarian has any rights to speak more than any other council member on this particular item. Again, I don't believe this is adversarial. I think the law is going, and I would say it's ultimately up to the council whether you want me to recuse myself. Again, I don't believe I have to, nor should I, but if the council wants me to, then I would obviously recommend you continue this proceeding so that council can obtain separate counsel. But again, I don't think that that's required in this particular setting. So my view is to allow each council member to make their case as far as who they think should be the mayor, and you can either start with whoever you want to start with. I don't believe any other due process is required in this particular setting.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I will take your advisement. This is not an adversarial hearing. Every council member will have their turn to speak and give justifications for their vote.
Wait.
As a point
What
of
law
order,
school did you go to that you can claim? You can claim it's not an adversary. My rights are at stake here, folks. So unless I'm given the ability to be heard, my constitutional right, you're already up to your necks in a problem.
Madam Clerk.
If you want to shut me down, you shut me down. That's great. We'll go straight to court and end it that way.
I'd like to hear from council member.
Set a time limit on each council member's comments, and
Yes.
then
Absolutely.
If I could, I
No
would
way.
encourage,
No way.
before we get to that point, allow a certain amount of latitude for each council member to make their arguments. Obviously, each council member should avoid repetitive or remarks that are not germane to the particular issue. That's, obviously it's a broad topic. And again, Councilman Najarian, although the clerk does not have a law degree.
I have 30 minutes
okay.
to speak. I don't know if
I'm
I'll
sorry,
be
I'm
afforded
sorry, I'm
that.
not done speaking.
Please.
So although the clerk does not have a law degree and she's not practicing law, she is seeking my advice. I provided it. This is not an adversarial hearing. You certainly will have you've made your record on that. You'll have.
I haven't even started my record.
Well, you've made a sufficient record that you believe, both through the correspondence from your counsel as well as the comments you made, that you think this is adversarial, that you think that this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We disagree.
Absolutely.
You'll be able to make that record in court if that's your desire.
Is council allowing Councilmember Najarian to be represented at this hearing by a separate council?
point of order.
This is my attorney. Am I not allowed an attorney?
Again, I don't believe
It's your
this-
call. You just call it, guys. Madam Clerk, you seem to have the answers here.
Mr. Najarian, please.
I want to know, am I allowed the right to counsel?
I don't believe so. This is not an adversarial.
I am not allowed
Please
the right to counsel.
Sure, I'll address my comments through the chair. Chair, in my view, again, because this is not an adversarial proceeding or a quasi-judicial hearing, it's a legislative decision. I do not believe Councilmember Najarian is entitled to be represented by counsel. If the chair wants to allow him to assist, I think so. But again, because the counsel is not necessary to either question witnesses or cross-examine witnesses or provide testimony, Councilman Najarian is fully able and equipped to do that. I think we allow him to do that.
Well, I
Yes.
submit to your discretion, Madam Chair, whether I'm allowed to speak and under what terms.
I will go with the advice of our city attorney. This is not an adversarial hearing. There's no need for representation, legal representation. I will allow each council member to make their point, and we'll move from there. And please, I'll say keep your comments to 10 minutes.
Oh, gee. No, I won't need 10
Madam Chair, will I be asked not to speak directly? Would you please state for the record that I'm not allowed to speak at this hearing?
He would have otherwise pulled a card, Madam Clerk, if that's the way this ruling was going to go. And
If I could.
And I strongly object to springing this on me at the last minute, Mr. City Attorney. This is the problem. Are you representing the council as a tribunal or the prosecutorial arm?
Actually, the city
respectfully-
attorney is advising me
Yeah.
at this point, so
And
yes.
respectfully, I'm not the one springing anything on anybody. If we, I would set the time at 10 minutes, but allow latitude for each council member. I know Councilmember Najarian has comments beyond 10 minutes, and I think everybody should hear everybody out to the extent feasible.
Absolutely. I'll just for your own benefit, I'll just set 10 minutes. If you need to go over, that's fine, but I can set a timer just so that you're aware of how long your comments are.
I apologize. Am I considered part of Councilmember Najarian's comments, or should I just?
If I may, no. I mean, my view, I've advised the clerk already, no, you're not. If, in fairness, if you want to give Alexander 2 minutes to speak as a member of the public, that's certainly within your rights. But again, you're not required because you clearly made it clear anybody who wanted to speak had to do so prior to the council's deliberation.
Let's get on with it.
I think we'll move on to comments.
Just for the record, Mr. Najarian, the city clerk has
You
made
were
it.
told, I informed you I would have my attorney with me. Now you're saying that he had to submit a card? Now I don't know what kind of game that is, Mr. Garcia.
Okay.
This is an essential right to have a representative with you. This is a fundamental right of due process.
Okay.
Go ahead and proceed.
Let's proceed with council comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be brief. I'm not one to be verbose or take a lot of time to make my point. I've served on this council for 10 years, and I've never witnessed or been a part of any council decision that has caused so much anger, accusation, disrespect, or division as this one, not only from the public, but from my colleagues. Some have mentioned as a reason, and this is the public, The reason to change the ordinance is the effect that the current one would have on children regarding fairness. I can only hope that your children were not watching or viewing last council meeting or tonight's council meeting. I understand an argument will be made what is best for the city. What I think is best for the city is that we move on. That we move on from this vitriol, this anger, and this division. At the last meeting, we unanimously voted to bring a report to council explaining the meaning of best for the city. We don't know what that is. And that's what the justification is going to be. If we don't know what it means, how can we use it as a defense? I ask my colleagues to end this disruption and divisiveness and follow the current ordinance. Councilmember Asatrian said last week at the meeting, or at our last meeting, that she is not requesting this change for herself, but for the future elected officials. Mission accomplished. This is coming back on April the 30th for revision and for changes. So I say to my colleagues, please be the leaders that we were elected to be. Put aside your politics, your personal issues, your personal agendas. Do the right thing tonight. Follow the ordinance. Look at the changes on April the 30th, and let us move on to do the business of the people, because indeed, that's what we were elected to do. Thank you.
Please refrain from clapping and applauding. Who would like to go next?
Want to go next?
Go ahead.
You want me to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I will not be as brief. This has been difficult for me, and I have a real dilemma. I believe in sticking to agreements. And it is true, we agreed on an order for mayoral rotation. According to that order, Councilmember Najarian is up next. Yes, there's an out clause for extreme circumstances. I prefer not to invoke it. It's not good for the functioning of this council, and it's not good for this community. However, I cannot support elevating Mr. Najarian to the mayorship because I think it would be even more harmful than invoking the out clause. In fact, I believe it would be dangerous and cause long-term damage to the community. And let me tell you why I think it would be damaging. As we all know, this community has been convulsed with conflict over practices at GUSD, specifically practices around how sexuality and gender are taught and how differences in sexual preference and gender expression are accommodated. Many, probably most, of the people protesting school practices, sometimes referred to as concerned parents, have honest and genuine worries. The problem is most of the things they're worried about aren't actually happening. Things like the schools teaching how to have gay sex, or proactively approaching children who are uncertain of their gender and helping them transition, including with medical treatments. These are fabrications. Unfortunately, many parents believe them because they get repeated and information is manipulated to make them seem true. On the other hand, let's acknowledge there are some things parents are concerned about that are not necessarily fabrications, that may in fact be true. However, they need to be understood in context, like the fact that the schools will not tell parents if a student privately expresses a desire to identify as a different gender or to use a different name or different pronouns. That is true. It also happens to be a matter of state law. If teachers or administrators were to share information with parents that the children want to keep, can you please evict him from the chamber?
Hold on. Yeah, you get one warning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Please leave the meeting. Your actions are disruptive. Please leave the meeting.
okay, everybody needs to calm down. I want to remind, not only does the clerk as the chair have the authority to remove people who are disruptive, if it gets to a point where we can't identify who those people are, one of the remedies under the Brown Act is to remove everybody from the meeting and continue. We don't want that. That's not fair to you. I don't think it's fair to the public. And it's not fair to the council. So we're asking you, please maintain order. Do not interrupt any of the council members. Mayor Brotman he's on topic. He's getting to his point. And everybody will have the opportunity to address, everybody on the council will have the opportunity to address those points as well if they have rebuttal. So please let him continue. Thank you.
Okay. As I was saying, these things, such as the point about the schools not telling parents if a student privately expresses a desire to identify as a different gender, to use a different name or different pronouns, that this is in fact true and that it's a matter of state law. If teachers or administrators were to share information with parents that the children want confidential, they would be breaking the law. I believe these two categories, the outright fabrications on the one hand, and the concerns that may be real but are governed by state law, these categories comprise the vast majority of the concerns of the so-called concerned parents. The remaining concerns, ones that GUSD may in fact have discretion over, are few and far between. Now, it's not that they don't matter. They should be discussed to see if there are ways to accommodate all parties, but they're manageable. The problem for me is that many parents are being misled and manipulated. And unfortunately, Mr. Najarian has stepped into these muddy waters by repeating some of these lies. The most obvious example of this, and I'll give exact examples, is the interview he did with Business Insider. I listened to the whole thing. Here's what Councilman Najarian said. The interviewer asked how the protest got started. And he said it probably started during the pandemic when some parents realized, okay, he didn't say thought, he said realized. When some parents realized that the material that their children were being presented was not appropriate, inappropriate sex education, teachers that wanted to explain the proper way for oral sex between two members of the same sex, okay? Then he said it got to the point. Can you,
Please refrain from speaking. Please.
That individual is disruptive. So.
You need to leave the meeting. You need to leave the meeting.
Yeah, sure. If you can remove that individual, the city officer, the city clerk has
a short recess, please. We're taking a short recess. The meeting is resumed, and we will continue with council comments.
Okay.
Mayor Brotman.
Okay, as I was saying, I was referring to this Business Insider interview. And the second part of it was even more disturbing, where he said the following. It got to the point where they were approaching children and informing them that if you're not sure whether you're a boy or a girl, don't worry. We can help you change if that's what you want. And we don't even have to tell your parents about it. And they can offer what they call gender-affirming care, which is counseling, which is advice, which is a commencement of medical procedures, hormonal procedures, and the rest. He said this. Nothing subsequent to that in the interview modified these statements. At no time did Councilmember Najarian say, as he told me was his intent, that these are just things parents believe to be true, not that they necessarily are true. No. He was very, very clear in stating these things as fact. And to repeat, they are lies. This school does not teach the proper way to have oral sex. And there is not a shred of evidence that they do, outside perhaps of sex education classes that talk about protecting oneself from sexually transmitted diseases, which, by the way, parents are free to opt out of. The school obviously does not approach children and try to get them to change genders. And the idea that the school administers hormone treatment is so absurd, it's laughable. Schools need parents' permission to give a Tylenol, for God's sakes. Does Mr. Najarian really believe that they give hormone replacement therapy with or without permission? I would hope he's smarter than that. In fact, I know he's smarter than that because we've talked about it, and he does not believe these things are true. When I've challenged him on this, which I have done several times, he just said he meant these are the things that parents believe. He said to me one point, rightly or wrongly, this is what parents believe. No, Mr. Najarian, not rightly or wrongly. Wrongly. And they believe these things because people like you are repeating them. The idea that a sitting council member, I'll repeat, the idea that a sitting council member would spread these lies and then do nothing to correct them is deeply, deeply concerning. It's dangerous in light of the threats and intimidation directed towards GUSD administrators and teachers, as well as towards LGBTQ students, to parents that support tolerance and believe in upholding state standards, to the GUSD board members, and to most of us on this dais. And what is to prevent Mr. Najarian from continuing to spread these lies and even give them greater effect because they carry the imprimatur of mayor? That is why I believe elevating Councilmember Najarian to mayor is not in the best interests of the city. With the bully pulpit of mayor, his actions would be even more impactful and his words reverberate farther than they already do. And I cannot, in good conscience, support this. In closing, I want to stress that it gives me great pain to have to say these things and to cast the vote I'm about to cast. This is not where I hoped we would be when I became mayor, but Mr. Najarian brought it on himself and us, and only he can fix it by recanting, apologizing, and committing to a community, truth, and reconciliation process over the coming year. If he does that and is sincere, I am willing to amend our rules so that he can be mayor next year, even though we normally do not allow an individual to serve as mayor during the last year of their term. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Paula, you can go. Paula, go ahead.
I'm going to keep my comments brief. This is not an issue that I brought up last week or the week before. I learned about this ordinance right after I got elected. We had a very different system in our city. where every person in the history of this city that got elected to the city council, with the exception of 2, I thought it was 1, had been able to serve as mayor in their first 4-year term. I brought that policy up a year and a half ago. I brought it up again. I never got a second for it. For me, this issue, like I said during the last council meeting, is not about Najarian versus Asatryan. This is simply about fairness. And for those that weren't present here last week, I'm going to say some things that I said last week. I got involved in this community when I was 15 years old, when Rafi Manoukian was running for city council. I went knocking on doors to help Armenian Americans register to vote. We registered, we stayed up until God knows what time, and the front cover of the news press the next morning read, "The sleeping bear has woken." And he was referring to the Armenian American community who finally gained their voice through the elections process. Since then, inspired by Manoukian's campaign, I got involved in campaigns. One of those that followed was Mr. Najarian's campaign in 2005, followed by every single one of his elections until I ran. And when I ran, despite the attacks that Mr. Najarian came at me with, behind the scenes, as has always been the case, I never hit back. The same continued when I got on this dais. It continued when I chose to make the very difficult decision to run for state assembly. And the reason that it was difficult is because I had made a promise here, but I also recognized that we didn't have a single Armenian American in the California legislature.
Please.
Councilmember Najarian and I actually sat down a couple of weeks ago. And that conversation actually opened with, "Do you really think it's unfair, or are you trying to stick it to me?" I had said the same thing to him that day. I have never tried to stick it to anybody. We all have 24 hours in a day. I don't choose to spend my time destroying others. I prefer to spend that time building and uplifting. So, when I speak about this policy, when I look at what's in the books, I simply think it's flawed. And I'm simply asking for a system and the fairness and the opportunities that every single one of my colleagues has had on this dais. Some of you have come up here, made claims that I need to wait my turn and it'll be next year. You actually haven't then looked at the policy, because it would not allow for me to serve next year. It would also not allow for me, if I was to get reelected, to serve again. Yet, for those that claim that I don't have the support, I ran as a first-time candidate, and because of my track record in this community, I not only unseated a sitting incumbent, I got a landslide of more votes than sitting Councilmember Najarian. And together, we made history. But regardless of what happens today, and all the things that have been said, many of them that are simply continuing to tarnish my reputation, while I obviously will be voting for myself, because I have to say who I'm voting for, these chambers are your chambers. And Mr. Najarian, you and I are going to be colleagues here. And despite what happens here today, I look forward to working with you.
So,
Please refrain from speaking. Out of turn, you will be asked to leave.
I'll keep my.
Please refrain from speaking. Out of turn, you will be asked to leave.
So, if I may, I think a lot has been said from both the dais and from the audience. Fairness has been a term that has been thrown around quite a bit. It's interesting that fairness is used as a tool to benefit those whose ox is being gored, or to make points only for the side that you espouse for and are arguing for. And quite honestly, the moans and groans are defining as to why our community is divided. It seems as though we've all lost sight of what these chambers represent. One of the speakers said last week that we're not a democracy, but rather a republic. First of all, we are a republic that is founded on democratic processes, which means people get to vote for representatives who then they entrust to make decisions on their behalf. And once the majority makes those decisions, the rest of us have to abide by them. Whether we agree with all of the politics or only some of the politics of the people we voted for or did not vote for, the people who prevail in elections are the ones who make the decisions that govern and guide the city. My comments were made last week. I expressed how I felt about the rotation and the desire to put this and us, the city, on a better path. I don't make this decision lightly, but I do it knowing that I'm taking the right action by supporting someone who not only received the requisite number of votes to serve alongside me and the rest of my council colleagues on this dais, but did so with no less love for this city than Councilmember Najarian did. I cannot bring myself to vote for someone based on flawed ordinance and deprive someone of the very thing that everyone else has had the opportunity to do, which is why I nominated Councilmember Asatryan to join the ranks of council members who have served the city and will serve as mayor, and it's why I'll be casting my vote for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Najarian, would you like to go next?
May I have 2 minutes as a member of the public?
I think we should allow him to do it. Let him just do it.
Minutes.
Okay, you can have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Can we ask him to speak from the podium where the rest
Yes,
of the
please.
public spoke from?
Yes.
And just state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name's Alexander Najarian. I'm an attorney. I practice in Glendale. I'm here to talk about procedural due process. That's a right under the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. Basically, when a government deprives you of a property or a liberty interest, you get due process. What's a property interest? Councilmember Najarian has one because he has a legitimate claim of entitlement to a benefit or employment. That's as defined by the Supreme Court of the United States. It's not because he wants it. It's not because he has an abstract need for it. He has a legitimate claim to it under the city ordinance. The council member with the longest continuous uninterrupted service shall be selected as mayor. He has a property interest. He has a liberty interest as well. The Supreme Court tells us where a person's good name, reputation, honor, or integrity is at stake because of what the government is doing to him, notice and an opportunity to be heard are essential. This will certainly attach stigma, cast doubt on his competence, cause embarrassment, and will constitute a badge of infamy. It's important to note the council is not deciding that it is in the best interest of the city to appoint Councilmember Asatryan. It's deciding that it's in the best interest of the city not to appoint Councilmember Najarian. In California, you get procedural due process a little bit differently when there's an adjudicative decision that affects you. An adjudicative decision is where a government's action affects an individual and is determined by facts peculiar to an individual case, just like this, deciding if it's in the city's best interest to have Councilwoman Najarian become mayor, as opposed to a legislative action, which is the adoption of a generally applicable rule. I've just stated 3 grounds for the application of procedural due process, and it's a disgrace that no one has even mentioned the word due process once, tonight or last week. What does due process get you? It gets you the right to notice. We haven't gotten notice of this hearing. Gives you the right to a fair hearing. Well, as long as there's no attorney.
Thank you for
Sorry,
your
did the timer-
comments. You're out of time. Thank you.
The die has been cast.
Thank you.
Constitutional
Thank you
rights
for
have
your
been
comments.
disgraced, and we will
Thank
see you
you.
in court.
Thank you.
Am I paying extra for that, or is?
By the hour, so.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Yes, you
So-
may speak.
Yeah, so carrying on with the point that Alexander made, may I have slide number 1, please? Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 is an exhibit depicting our law that was passed 3 years ago at the urging of Councilman Kasakian to have a more fair mayor selection process. And clearly, as you can see in yellow, that criteria selects me and only me. And you know what? The direction to the council is that you shall select as mayor. There's a meaning to the word shall. Shall means you have a duty to. It's an imperative command. Now, the only way to bypass that is to go to paragraph H of this law, which is a little bit further down, if you have that. And it says that the not in the best interest clause. This is a clause that was put into the ordinance when no one on the city council discussed it. It was snuck in. I'm going to call it snuck in because we never discussed it. It was never brought to our attention by the city attorney and a gentleman from our innovation department. Nobody knows what that means, not in the best interests of the city. Last week, you heard 5 of us say, we don't know what that means. Bring that back so we can work on it. How in the world can I be held to that standard where 5 council members have admitted that they don't know what that means? That is unfair. It's a violation of substantive due process, because how does anyone know what you can do that's going to put you afoul of that particular law? It's not fair. Let's go to exhibit number 1, please.
You mean 2?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, exhibit 2. Exhibit 2, we're on 1 right now. Folks, you might recognize this document. It's the United States Constitution. This is the governing law of the land. It says, no one shall be, and you know this, if you haven't heard it, here's a little lesson. No one shall be deprived of their life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Currently, this council, as Alexander stated, is depriving me of my property rights and my liberty, and you're tarnishing my name. Anyone whose name is being tarnished has the rights to due process. What is due process? The first thing is notice. I didn't know which way this thing was going to turn today, what I was going to be charged with. That's not fair. Second is bias. Does it surprise any of you that 3 council members up there knew exactly how they were going to vote before this hearing even started?
Excuse me.
Mr. Galanian.
Excuse me, I need you to stop your comments. If the comments continue, I will have to dismiss all the audience to leave the chambers, the council chambers. So consider this as your last warning. You will leave and the proceedings will go without an audience. Thank you.
The ones deciding this must be fair and unbiased. The United States Supreme Court cases say you can't go in as a fact finder knowing how you're going to vote. It's not fair. It violates my due process. Now, Mr. Galanian, you're city manager. You've had a chance to speak with council members. Is it clear that Mr. Kasakian knew how he was going to vote at least a week ago on this matter?
I'm going to ask our city attorney.
I can.
Oh, now
I'm happy to answer.
As I recall, the city attorney indicated that we are not required to take testimony from witnesses at this hearing.
That's
We're
correct.
not allowed to take testimony from witnesses.
Mr.
You're not allowed to
Okay,
speak.
well then let me state it personally. I heard from Mr. Galanian firsthand that Mr. Kasakian's mind was made up months ago as to how he was going to vote on this particular item.
That is
that
not
a fair
true.
judge of what's going on here today?
That is not true.
Councilmember Asaturian, with all due respect, you got up to the council last week and you said that this law is not fair. You didn't vote for it. Your mind is made up, because if I'm not mayor, you're going to be mayor. Are you going to say that you don't have any bias in this decision? Mr. Brotman, you told me long ago, meaning 2-3 weeks ago, that you were not going to vote for me. And you said that because you had heard from your supporters that unless I made a mea culpa and somehow agreed to what you were saying, you were not going to vote for me. Are these 3 people voting against me fair? Are they unbiased? Are they listening to any of the evidence before us today that we're talking about? No, they are not. This is a travesty. This is a sham. And I'll tell you why I should be mayor. I'm going to try and wrap it up in a few. How much time do I have? In a couple more minutes. It's not going to be much longer. First of all, I was born in the United States, and don't hold that against me. I was born to an Armenian family, and I had to struggle to learn Armenian. I went to Occidental College and USC Law School. I've lived in Glendale since 1980. I've been a homeowner and a renter in South Glendale. I was married. I have 2 young boys, Alexander and Christopher, and they're wonderful men. I'm an attorney practicing in Glendale. My family has been part of the Glendale fabric since 1980. My father, who recently passed away, was an orthopedic surgeon, chief of staff at Glendale Memorial Hospital, founder of medical outreach for Armenians, and set Mr. Kasakian's broken arm when he was 12 years old. He traveled to Armenia while it was a Soviet republic, and I went with him to bring aid to the Armenians. My brother Rafi is a colonel in the United States Air Force. My sister Mauro, well, you know about her. I don't need to get into that. My brother Armin is in real estate. I've had my law office in Glendale since 1988. I worked in the district attorney's office. I worked in the narcotics section. I worked across the street as a judge, pro tem. I worked across the street as a settlement officer to handle disputes. I was on the Glendale Transportation and Parking Commission for 7 years, and I served as chairman for 2 years. I was elected to the Glendale Community College Board of Trustees in 2003. I ran for city council, and I did receive the highest number of votes in 4 elections, 2005, 2009, 2013, 2017. I served on the Board of Trustees for Holy Family High School. I helped found the San Fernando Valley Council of Governments. I'm currently on the board, and I've been chairman for 2 years. I was elected to the LA Metro Board by the mayors of the 88 cities in LA County. I represent Glendale, Burbank, Lancaster, Palmdale, Santa Clarita, San Fernando, La Cañada, Malibu, Agoura Hills, and Calabasas. And the MTA board is a tough board. 5 county supervisors, the mayor of LA, city council members, the mayor of Inglewood, Pomona. The agency's budget is close to $10 billion, I'm sorry. And I've served as chairman of the MTA twice. As a Metro board member, I've brought hundreds of millions of dollars to Glendale for transit, roadway, bike, and pedestrian projects. I've worked to bring steady and reliable rail service to Glendale, connecting our city to the Metro network. I'm bringing bus rapid transit to the city in the coming year. I've worked hard to transform the way people travel in LA County. But perhaps no one remembers that about 10 years ago, they were going to build a tunnel from Alhambra to Pasadena and connect the ports that was going to bring tens of thousands of vehicles into Glendale's backyard, most specifically the 210 freeway, the 2 freeway, and the 134 freeway. I fought like hell against the county supervisors to save Glendale from that fate. Otherwise, today, they'd be cutting the ribbon and say hello to those container trucks and petroleum trucks driving through our city. I serve on Metrolink, the Southern California Rail Authority, with elected officials from 6 counties. I've served as chair for that organization for 2 years. We're bringing 15-minute train service to downtown from Glendale. And I waited patiently for 18 years to be part of the Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena Airport. I waited 18 years. I'm vice president, and I will serve as president in a few months. Glendale is a part owner of the airport. Ms. Devine showed us some great pictures of what we're going to have. I have sacrificed my personal financial gain and success as an attorney by working 20 to 30 hours a week serving the community. I don't regret 1 minute of it, and I would do it all over again if I had to. I did run for higher office after I'd been on council 11 years. I ran for county supervisor. The LA Times endorsed me. But I have not used my council position as a stepping stone for higher and higher office. I believe in family, my Armenian roots, our culture, and faith. I've championed new housing, new parks, and I brought the new pool to Pacific Park, new Beeline buses, preserved hundreds of acres of hillsides to stop them from being developed. These are things that new council members probably never even heard of. I believe that Glendale needs to have energy security for the years to come. And I've championed many anti-corruption laws for council. I've made sure that lobbyists do not infiltrate our boards and commissions, that campaign donations are capped, but more needs to be done, and I'll be working on that. Unfortunately, ironically, I championed ethic rules for council and commissioners. And the irony is, those rules are clear and objective, not what you're trying me on tonight. I have sought to serve with the highest integrity and ethics, representing the residents of Glendale, both within and without our borders. If you want to see what dishonor a council member or mayor can bring to a city, don't look too far past our border. Public urination, corruption, domestic violence, spankings by a transgender, public intoxication, salacious activities. A finding that I am not in the best interests of Glendale will be a grave injustice to both me and the residents of Glendale, and a personal slur against who I am and everything I work every day to be. This is happening for a couple reasons. Mr. Kasakian is angry at me. I endorsed James Clark. I endorsed Vurej. Actually, our code of ethics says council members are permitted to make endorsements to whoever they want across all the board. Ms. Asaturian, her motivations are simple. She wants to jump in line to be mayor. But Ms. Asaturian, last week I told you that I was willing to work on changing the ordinance to let someone be mayor and run for re-election. I didn't hear anything. Mr. Kasakian was against it. I thought that was going to solve the problem, so we wouldn't be here today, all of us fighting at each other's throats. Mr. Brotman, you know, our views don't always align. We have worked together in the past on many important issues: Shoal Canyon, Grayson, the landfill, the Shoal power plant, purchasing practices, transit, bikeways. We've worked together. I mean, I have respect for you, but bringing up an interview that I gave 9 months ago regarding these events that happened at the school district, in which my comments that you quoted, I said those were about 3 minutes out of a 20-minute interview. The point was to explain why there were fights occurring at the Glendale Unified School District. And if it was such a problem, guys, we've had 18 city council meetings since that interview went public. Why hasn't anyone talked about it since then? Why hasn't anyone from the public, for or against, come to council and said, we saw that interview. What a terrible interview that was. I think it's a red herring. I think it's an attempt to divert the discussion in this mayor's election. It's a false reason. It's a false outrage. Otherwise, why didn't you do it 6 months ago? I question the motivation. Passing me over as mayor violates the spirit and the letter of our law. And if this coup, if I can call it a coup, I guess you pronounce it the coup, this conspired and coordinated plan is successful, then it will certainly go down as one of the darkest days in our city's history. You must
Are we going to?
ignore paragraph H due to its ambiguity, due to no facts being brought against me, and confirm me under the law that we all voted unanimously, where Najarian shall be selected the mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's next?
Are there any further comments?
I mean, I could comment on a number of things, including some of the accusations Councilmember Najarian made, or his attorney or son. I don't know in which capacity he's claiming to be here, but I would rather go on to the city's business after we have the next action.
The only thing I would say is I didn't know I was supposed to bring my CV today. That wasn't common practice in previous, and I would have.
But you
I would have.
You
but-
weren't supposed to bring it. You're telling me, Madam Clerk, you're telling me that I am not in the best interests of the city. It's not Ara versus Ellen. It's Ara is bad. Ara is a harmful person for this city, which I don't think any one of you with a straight face can say. But you sleep with yourselves. The Superior Court may have another look at this as well.
Madam Clerk, what is the
Yes.
next order of, how do we proceed?
We will now, if there are no further comments, we'll move to a vote by roll call. When called upon,
Yeah.
please.
Sorry, go ahead. I do have one comment before you take the vote.
Okay, please state the name of the council member whom you wish to become mayor, the next mayor, when I call your name. Yes, city
So
attorney.
my only comment is, and I don't know that this is the rule, but Councilman Najarian, I'm not sure if your vote will count if you vote from there. So I would advise you to come here if you wish to vote. We will take the vote, we will record it. I just.
Yeah, now we're worried about procedure, Mr. Garcia. The Constitution means nothing, but where I sit matters. Okay.
I will now take roll call.
Just a second before you
Yes.
do, on the matter of a finding on the point of best interest, how do we handle that? I laid out my reasoning.
Sure.
And I would like to introduce that as the council's finding as far as our votes go.
If I may, Mayor Brotman, it would be, as I advised, it would be wise for the council members to state the reason. And I do believe it's in the city's best interest for there to be some concurrence among the majority if they are not voting for Councilmember Najarian. Again, because the law is not clear on that. Again, it's a discretionary decision, as I've stated. A decision to not vote for Councilmember Najarian based on the best interest exception should be upheld as long as it's not arbitrary or capricious. I think there is facts that have been put on the record that would support that, as long as the council members are in agreement.
Okay.
Okay, would anybody?
Is that with your definition of the best interests? The law that you wrote that we never talked about, that we agreed to see in 2 weeks or 3 weeks to try and understand. I just object to that statement of the law.
Okay.
And if I just quickly, so just to I do disagree that it was not discussed by the council, it was not discussed by us. We referenced it both in the written report and in the verbal discussion of that particular subsection.
Okay, if there are no further comments, now we will move to the vote. I will call each council member, and if you could just state the name of the council member that you wish to see as mayor. Council member Asadarian.
I'm Leah Satrian.
Council member Devine.
Najarian.
Please refrain from speaking. Thank you. Council member Kasakian.
I cast my vote for Elena Satrian.
Council member Najarian.
This is a violation of my constitutional rights to due process under the 5th and 14th Amendment and the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7. I'm voting Najarian.
And Mayor Brotman.
I find it is in the best interest of the city that we pass over Councilmember Najarian and choose the next person in line, and that would be Asatrian.
Thank you. Please refrain refrain from speaking. Please refrain from speaking. Please leave the meeting. Thank you. Excuse me. Please leave the meeting. Please leave the meeting.
Can we take a 5-minute recess?
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. We are now resuming the meeting of the City Council. I would like to now declare Councilmember Elena Satrian as the duly elected mayor of the City of Glendale.
Congratulations.
City Clerk Abajian, I'm going to start off by thanking you. I know that wasn't an easy task. But first and foremost, I want to thank Mayor Dan Brotman for his service in the last year and leading this body that for the most part and for the most time came to unanimous decisions in shaping the future of our city. To my colleagues that voted for me for their trust and support, and to our incredible staff from the boots on the ground all the way to management who work day in and day out to make our jewel city sparkle like the diamond that it is. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate former mayor and council member Vartan Garpetyan for winning his last election. I look forward to having him join us on this dais and our collective work. I take this responsibility with a listening ear, an open heart, and a unifying spirit. My commitment remains unchanged to help foster a government where marginalized voices are heard as loud as any and barriers are broken down. Not my mayor! What transpired during tonight's meeting is a reflection of the pain and divide that has been growing in our jewel city for some years now. We have become a hotbed for division and a common place to throw stones and name call. And it is way past time for healing and unity. I said this during the last meeting and the meeting before. I know that we are much more than that and much better than that. I see it every day out in the community. But the healing and unity starts right here on this dais and in these chambers. I know it's a lofty task, but I'm committed to doing that and everything in my power to help get us there. Just like any relationship, having what may feel like uncomfortable conversations lead to solutions, healing, and progress. I invite you to join me in meeting hate with love, recognizing that some of us may be strangers and we may not agree 100% of the time. No two people do, but we are all neighbors. And that if we labeled less and we talked more, we would find that we have a lot more in common. At the end of the day, I know we all want a roof over our head and to be able to place food on our table, a quality of life, safe streets and schools, parks and open space, and arts and clean air to breathe, where our families and children can lead successful lives and our businesses can thrive. I won't be able to get through all the things that I have in mind and look forward to sharing with you in the coming weeks. But here are some of the areas I look forward to working on with my colleagues, our staff, with input and feedback from our residents and small businesses. At the top of that list is putting together team building opportunities for City Council as a body and for City Council and staff as a whole. The stronger we are as a team internally, the better we are able to service our constituents and business communities externally. I look forward to continuing to create a supportive work environment for all of our employees and ensuring that they are excited to come to work every single day. With that in mind, I also want to start a tradition of bringing the human side of City Hall out to the community. Magic happens when people are able to interact with each other on a personal level over food in casual settings, outside of formal meetings in chambers with presentations where everyone's guard is down. I want us to start a tradition of Night with City Hall. This is something I've talked to our city manager about, where our constituents as small business owners have an opportunity to get together with their elected officials and our hardworking staff that make our city run day in and day out. For those who know me, you know that proper representation and giving a voice to marginalized communities is at the core of my values and what inspired me to get civically engaged at a very young age. Sitting here today, I'm having flashbacks of the 16-year-old me that showed up to these chambers, stood at that podium, and asked my council to take action on a resident who would show up every Tuesday to these chambers and use the oral communication section to tell Armenians to go back where they came from, spreading hatred and division into the greater community. I carry those dark days and experiences with me every single day. And I never want anyone to ever feel like that they are not welcome, they are not embraced or loved in the city, regardless of their background. This is all of our jewel city. For those who have tuned into council meetings, shifting how we conduct communication, community outreach, and engagement is something I bring up on almost every item. It's not enough for us to post and send out emails and said we did community outreach. And I know we've come a long way, but we must meet each community where they're at. That means properly translated information that goes to ethnic media outlets like Armenian, AAPI, Latinx outlets. It means reaching seniors at senior centers and homes. With a diverse constituency comes a greater responsibility to ensure that no one is left out because of language barriers, disabilities, and inability to navigate our government structures. We have amazing programs, initiatives, and resources for our residents and small businesses, and we must make the investment in this space to meet our diverse communities where they're at. Overhauling our permitting processes and cleaning up our codes and updating our zone codes is an area I'm so proud we have embarked on as a council. That will make living and doing business in our city easier. We have a lot of items in the pipeline to streamline the permitting processes, reviewing and updating codes, creating expedited processes with deadlines and accountability from our staff. And I invite all of our residents and small business owners to join in this process to give your personal feedback. No one should have to wait 3 months, 6 months, 9 months to get their small project done. With these changes, and while recognizing and being mindful that we must make room for the history that is being created today, it is also going to be critical to preserve the beauty of our unique neighborhoods and our historical structures. In line with community development is looking at ways to expand access to affordable housing and public transportation. The current thresholds of $50,000 for many of our public benefit programs leave people living paycheck to paycheck and on the brink of homelessness out, and upping our support for our small businesses. It shouldn't escape any of us that our current transportation system ends at 6:30 on weekdays and doesn't even allow our residents to make a trip to City Hall to join us for these meetings. I look forward to our collective work ahead in addressing our public transportation needs, which has been an issue that I know that Mayor Brotman has been championing. We are fortunate to live in one of the safest cities in the nation, and I want to convey that this council has always been and is committed to ensuring that our police and our fire have the resources they need to keep us safe. This council has made the largest investment in our police department, and I want to take this opportunity to thank our police and firefighters and our chiefs, Manny Sid and Gregory Fish, for their leadership. I always say there's no other place I would feel safe going on walks with my dog Buddy at 2 in the morning. And no one ever asks why I'm taking walks at 2 in the morning, but everyone can agree that it's a special privilege that we have living in a place like Glendale. For the first time in the history of our city, we as a council made economic development and creating efficient structures part of our 4 priority areas for the city. I look forward to building on that success of our inaugural Small Business Summit last year in partnership with the U.S. Small Business Administration and developing additional support programs. I'm hopeful that we turn our summit into a region-wide summit enjoyed not just by our local businesses, but cities and counties across the region. I have time and again referred to our Jewel City as a regional connector city. We're in the perfect geographic location, and if we build it right, we can become the epicenter. I know that our neighboring city, Burbank, just referred to our Small Business Summit several weeks ago during their meeting, looking to create something similar or join us as partners. Speaking of partnerships, the city of Glendale is blessed with so many arts, recreational, educational nonprofits, and I look forward to us organizing events and opportunities for the different nonprofits that operate in the same space to come together, while looking at ways that our city can also partner with them to bring about dynamic arts and entertainment programming to our city. Mayor Dan Brotman has truly carried the torch for us to become a model city fighting for our environment. I look forward to building on that progress we've made in that space by ensuring that the policies we have on the books, whether it be solar, waste reduction, and recycling, are provided the resources needed to make the greatest impact. We also have to work towards ensuring that sustainability programs are accessible to all. All too often, we see that these programs are designed for more affluent community members, whether it's the bureaucratic red tape around accessing rebates to the capital people need to have to make the first investment, leaving out the most vulnerable in our community. Proper community outreach and education must be at the forefront of reaching our diverse communities where they're at on these issues as well. The local council elections will also leave me to be the sole woman to serve on the Glendale City Council. For those who have followed my journey, you know that this is an area that is very near dear to my heart. And so I embrace this responsibility with heightened resolve, committed to ensuring that we continue to break down conscious and unconscious biases and structural barriers and work towards a society where women and girls of all backgrounds have the support, access, and equal opportunity to grow and thrive. I had noted this during my oath of office speech, and I will say it again today. I want us to bring back some of the powers that were stripped of the Women's Commission some years ago and ensure that we're also uplifting women and young girls, creating programming for annual conferences, running public education campaigns on healthy relationship, and encouraging civic engagement. I recognize the historic moment of this evening, being the first immigrant, the first Armenian American woman, and the 7th woman in the history of our city to be elected to this body. I know what my election to this council means to so many young women and girls who write to me every single day. And I look forward to helping pave the way.
Hey, please, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I know you just became the chair, so
I'm gonna finish my speech and they can
Okay,
speak.
that's fine, just want to make sure, but you can remove the individual if you'd like.
And I look forward to helping pave the way and greater opportunities for them to become civically engaged. But before I close, I want to thank my parents, Gagik and Stella, my siblings, Lucina and Eric, and my nephews, who many of you might know as Mook 1 and Mook 2, and I think I'm going to retire that today because they're both at this point taller than me, Robert and David, as well as my uncles and aunts and my extended family. Thank you for your unconditional love and support, for always believing in me, and for serving as an example. for teaching us to remain kind, stand in our own light, speak up, and embrace our Armenian heritage. I also want to thank our former mayor and current city treasurer, Rafi Manukyan, whose 1999 campaign for city council inspired me to get involved, and who has served as a mentor to me all these years. And the future generations, especially of young women who I see sitting out there today, who inspire me every day to fight harder and to create a space for them, just like many did before me. And to our staff, Mr. Galanyan, everybody that's watching, that's here, I can't thank you enough, and I'm committed to your personal and professional success. Your success is the collective success of our city, and I know, working together, we can take Glendale to new heights of distinction. As always, my door is always open to you. Let us embark on this journey together with courage, compassion, and conviction. Our differences make for a healthy debate and ultimately for better and thought out policies. Our unity makes us unstoppable, and our collective vision will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow for Glendale. I know we can rise to meet the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, united as one community to make Glendale the best city to live, work, and play in. Thank you. Are there any comments? Are we moving on to the next item?
Councilmember Asatrian, you have a card and a call for this item.
Okay. Mr. Mike Mohill.
Is he here?
Is Mr. Mike Mohill here? Mr. Constantine Anthony,
Council member.
council member from our neighboring city, Burbank.
I wanted to put the kids to bed before I came down, and apparently the meeting's going a little late, but I wanted to come down in person, congratulate you on the appointment.
Council member, please, 1 second. Can we have them removed?
Sure,
please?
absolutely. Officer, if I get the...
Pardon? What, are they not? Please proceed. My
Thank you.
apologies.
I wanted to come down in person and congratulate you on the appointment. I know firsthand being a mayor is tough. The gentleman to your right will tell you. Even Artie has been through it. There's no amount of preparedness that will get you ready for this next year, but just know that you have support. These gentlemen here, myself, there are plenty of people you can call on. You have a lot of support in the community. I know this is a very historic moment, not just for the Armenian women here in Glendale, but I will tell you, in our city, in Burbank, there are young girls who look up to you, who know you by name, and this is important, and this is a huge deal to them, and I want to thank you for your leadership, all the work you have done and all the work you will continue to do. You have served this city faithfully and gracefully, and I believe this is going to be an excellent year for the mayor and for the city of Glendale. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
We have one caller, Serene. Serene, you're on air. You have 3 minutes. Serene? You're on air. You have 3 minutes. Councilmember Asatryan, we do not have a response from Serene.
If there are no further callers, then let's move on to the next item.
Yes. The next item is consent items. The only consent item is the minutes of the special city council and regular city council meetings of March 26th, 2024.
I'll move the consent, excuse me, I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Council members Asatryan, Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Councilmember Devine, Councilmember Kasakian,
Yes.
Councilmember Najarian, and Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item?
Next item is city council and staff comments.
Do we have comments?
I think we've all said enough.
Yeah, I think
All
so.
right.
I
Next
agree.
item?
Next are
I'm
community event announcements. We have 2 cards.
I'll make it after.
City clerk, our city attorney actually wanted to make a comment.
It just relates to this evening's agenda. There's a hearing at 9B, right, regarding the unpermitted demolition. You have a request from the property owner to continue. In addition, now that there's only 3 council members here, the question is, do you want to continue it now so that people who might be watching and staff can decide they don't need to continue?
Yes.
Or
I-
my
I
colleagues?
would be inclined to do that. Yes,
I
would
support that as well.
So if I, maybe just right now, just continue to April 16th without further notice.
Okay, so we'll continue the item. What is it, 9A?
9B.
9B.
Yeah, I just need a motion, a second on
I
that.
I would move to move the hearing. I make the motion to move the hearing to a date certain of the meeting of April 16th.
Second.
Do we need a roll call?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Devine, Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item?
Next is the community event announcements, and we have 2 speaker cards.
Ms. Edith Fuentes?
Honorable Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm Edith Fuentes, board member of the Filipino-American Business Association of Glendale. With me are
Robert Howard.
Robert Howard,
Ida Rasper.
Ida Rasper,
And Michael Rasper.
Mike Rasper, and I think J.R. Onkeko already left. First, we'd like to say congratulations to you, new mayor, and thank you very much, Mayor Brotman, for a job well done last year. We are here to invite you for our 3-in-1 event happening on April 18, 2024. We are celebrating the 2nd year anniversary of the Filipino-American Friendship Monument. That's by the Glendale Library. We are also going to have a meet and greet for those who wanted to know a little bit more about Filipino-American Business Association of Glendale. And we are, speaking of partnership or teaming with another, last year, if you will remember, we did a partnership with our building and zoning and planning to do the accessory dwelling unit workshops. On April 18, we're doing a short workshop with our community development neighborhood services section to do how to apply for a business registration certificate right there on the flyer, how to apply for a business registration certificate in Glendale. If you are a commercial property or existing, or you wanted to do a new business in Glendale, we wanted to do this community outreach to help our small businesses and other businesses. And we are also going to have on-site actual processing of their application. So this will expedite the process, and they'll be able to get their certificate right there and then if everything is okay with the paperwork. So we are trying to do this between 5:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. And then after that, we will have a little reception for our Friendship Monument anniversary. The venue will be at Glendale's Adult Recreation Center, 201 East Colorado Street, Glendale. This is close to the library, Central Library. And parking is available on the parking structure across the library, on-site or within the perimeter. We will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. And we hope to see you. And we're inviting everyone and the community to join us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Gayane Kachikyan. Is Gayane Kachikyan still here? Okay. Do we have any callers?
No callers.
Can I actually, I believe the speakers who are not here, we're going to make the following announcement. As many people know, Mayor Asatryan, this month is Autism Awareness Month. And the speakers who are here, we're here to promote a event that's taking place on April 13th at Verdugo Park from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a free entry, no cost to anyone who wants to attend, community fun fair celebrating people of all abilities. There'll be celebrity and special guests, live music, dance, stage performances, interactive booths, fun games, food, sensory-friendly activities, and generally an environment that supports individuals who have autism. And so I'd like to let the community know about this event. This is an organization that's trying to raise money to help and support families in Armenia, especially the displaced families from Artsakh who have individuals who have autism and may not have access to the types of resources that we are blessed with here in a country like ours here in the United States. So they support both families with autism here as well as overseas. They work with the county. This is a nonprofit that I'm supporting as well, and I hope others will join me. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all.
All right. Next item.
Next item is the adoption of ordinances. A, Glendale Water and Power regarding ordinance amending ordinance number 6016, establishing the electric rates for Glendale Water and Power for fiscal years 2024 to 2027 to add the standby service rider for medium business dispatchable and standby service rider for large business dispatchable rates.
Do my colleagues want to wait and vote for us to have the full body here?
I would prefer us to take these items up with the full body.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Please.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Before we get down to business, on behalf of myself and my staff, I want to congratulate you, and we're looking forward to working with you and to implement council's policies and make every effort to accomplish and achieve as many of your goals that you have set out in the next 12 months. With that, this item is an adoption ordinance that was introduced last week. So if you want to move forward with it, I think it'll just make sense.
Take the action.
All right.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council members Brotman.
Yes.
Wait, was there a card on this item?
Oh.
Mayor. Mr. Malone.
Submitted a card.
I don't have any cards with me.
Yeah, I saw him.
Mr. Malone, do you want to just come up until they, okay.
Mayor Asatryan, congratulations on your selection. I want to highlight something with regard to electrical rates. It was a couple of years ago that I presented before the City Council. The last time we were considering some action with regard to GWP, that we had close to 5,000 families who had received a 24-hour or 48-hour notice of impending shutoff. I think that every time a City Council is going to consider increasing the rates, that part of the packet should be a report on how many families are being impacted by the electrical rates by taking a measure as to how many families received a 48-hour notice of impending shutoff. In 2009, after the financial debacle that the country suffered, I did a study, and we found that in the Mariposa district, 90% of the population of the Mariposa district had received at least one notice of impending electrical shutoff. I believe that there is a significant amount of money that is being transferred out of each bill that they have to pay. Not only the utility users tax, but also the transfer tax that goes into the general fund is representative that it is the poor that are being impacted the most heavily. And if that number is not part of your report, maybe it should be before you vote on it. Thank you.
Do we have any comments?
Madam Mayor, yes, I would just, and I don't know if GWP wants to comment, but I know that this rate change is specific to business customers.
Standby service, yeah.
Standby business customers, yeah. So not.
And medium-sized business.
Large and medium.
Yeah, large and medium-sized business.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Devine, Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. For the rest of the agenda, do my colleagues want to go through without the rest?
I would prefer for us to have a full body. Of course, this was an interesting evening, and I think that it's unfortunate that some of our colleagues weren't able to join us for the balance of the items, but it would be my preference if it is possible and if we can all agree to hear these items when we have a full council.
Madam Mayor.
How does this impact one of the hearings?
Yeah, the hearings we can delay, postpone. Council's already voted to continue the Everett hearing. The only concern I have is on the fire department study and analysis. And we had a out-of-town consultant who flew in for the special meeting, not special meeting, especially for this meeting, so that he can make the presentation.
Okay. Let him make the presentation.
Okay, appreciate that.
Would you like me to read the item into the
Yes,
record?
please.
So we'll continue the rest of the items with the exception of 8A.
Okay, 8A is Fire Department regarding review of the Fire Services Master Plan produced by the City Gate Associates for the Glendale Fire Department. One, motion to note and file.
Madam Mayor, if I would. If I may. Mayor Asatryan, members of City Council, as I indicated, outside consultant was hired, City Gate Associates, to review 3 broad service delivery needs and develop recommendations accordingly. These areas include fire crew deployment or standards of cover, as well as fire department's administrative staffing and program review, and finally, fire station physical assessments. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Fish for the introduction, and then our consultant will take over the presentation.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it is our pleasure to come before you with our Fire Services Master Plan Assessment that was conducted by our contractor and expert in the field of fire services master plans.
Can we ask everyone to be quiet in the back, please? Sorry, Chief.
No problem. And I would like to introduce to you Stuart Gary. He is the representative from City Gate Associates, and he will be able to present the rest of this presentation on the PowerPoint. And should you have any questions, we will both be here to answer them. Stuart.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. A brief comment about who the talking head is. I'm not an academic. I'm spent literally my entire working life in the fire service, retired as a chief of department, and been consulting as a second career for some time now, well over 500 clients doing this type of work. So I have a broad, diverse municipal, county, district experience set. Next slide, please. As your city manager stated, we did 3 broad reviews. Tonight's presentation is not a take action item. It's a receive and file for you to understand the 3 major important components and what future steps for the council in terms of operational and capital budgeting will be. To understand the analysis, our deployment findings, our headquarters findings, and the most critical item on the list in terms of long-term legacy and cost to the city are the facility review and findings. Next, please. When we talk about response time and deployment, the public wants to immediately always just say it's response time, it's response time. Not necessarily. It's responding to the risks present in a community, you by policy adopting goals that say this is where we want the risk to be controlled to, a fire to the room, building, or block of origin. An EMS patient who's medically salvageable when 911 is called, getting successful pre-hospital medical care, and getting to the emergency room in time to make a difference. Those are outcome-driven goals. So there's a large segment of the study looking at all the risks present in your great diverse city, wildland, structure, emergency medical, and others. And from that, we back calculate the men and women in the right kind of apparatus with the right kind of training that have to go over your geography to get there in time. So it's not just response time based, it's a complicated framework. Next, please. One of the risk assessment sections is on population density. And as we talk about response times and the number of fire stations you need, we have to look at the diversity of the geography in Glendale. You're an unusual city, pridefully so, but not many cities have a mountain range in the center of it. So you've got the more urban, more densely populated on the slide, southern, southwest city, and you've got the eastern extension, and then the northern city. Very different populations, sometimes different socioeconomics, generating different 911 demands for service. So the study has to understand that. Next, please. If you look at the number of incidents over the last 3 years, blue is EMS, red is fire of all types, yellow is other, hazardous material spill, technical rescue. It's not a fire, it's not a medical event. Medical events are rising year over year coming out of COVID. Every client I have has the same experience. It started well before COVID with the decline of American medical insurance coverage. Access to preventative health care has resulted in the last 20 years in a tsunami of 911 emergency medical calls that the system and your local hospital emergency rooms were never designed to accommodate. Yet the insurance rules for Medicare, Medi-Cal on down still only incentivize picking up a person in something labeled an ambulance and taking him to an emergency room. Long term, the system needs to correct itself. In the near term, you're confronted with a challenge of an ever-rising tide of EMS 911 calls for service. Next, please. If you look at the number of incidents by day of the week, simplifying, you have demand for service at a fairly constant volume every day of the week. Next, please. Yeah. If you look at the hour of the day, midnight on the left, midnight on the right, you have calls for service demand at 3 in the morning. They start to accelerate with morning rush hour, commuter traffic, humans waking up, doing our thing. In Glendale, you tend to break through to what we call the shoulder of the day earlier, about 10 a.m., and then as clear as late as 8 to 9 p.m., there's a high chronic demand for service. Again, primarily EMS. Next, please. Complicated chart, and just look at the colors, not necessarily you can't read the figures on the screen. This is the percent of each hour over the year that an individual crew is on an open active emergency, not training, not doing prevention or public ed or public affairs, on an active emergency incident. The threshold for crew utilization should be about 30% hour over hour for very long periods of the day. If you go to 40, 50% of each hour to calls, you're not training, you're not necessarily re-equipping for the next call, you're not getting a meal break, et cetera. So we put a threshold in, and here you're not just in the red zone. Think of it as an auto analogy. Your temperature gauge isn't just getting warm, it's gotten hot, especially on the ambulance crews. So we draw your attention to the ambulance units are on this slide. At peak hours of the day, 3.5 of your ambulance crews are totally committed, well past a reasonable expectation. You need more basic ambulance crews during daylight hours to handle the system load and to be available for simultaneous calls. Next, please. So speaking of simultaneous calls, in Glendale, pick any hour of any day, day of the week, month of the year. If you have one emergency incident active, you have two active. 77% of the time, you run 2 emergencies concurrently. 46% of the time, you run 3 emergencies concurrently, and that drops a little bit to 4 emergencies at 23%. So what that means in a fire department your size with a finite number of stations, if you have 4 concurrent medical emergencies operating, you've sent both a fire first responder as well as an ambulance to that call. Who's left if in the summer or fall a wildland fire breaks out? What happens when a critical building fire emerges? So we try to balance in our recommendations, you having enough resilience to your response system to always be available while you're handling the high volume and in many cases low acuity medical events. Next, please. We looked at response times. The summary of this slide is in green on the right, your call processing dispatch time, your crew turnout time to get the unit moving is to best practices. No needs improvement there. Commend your dispatch center for quickly assessing what the caller needs, getting the information of the crew, getting the information moving. Your travel time is a minute, almost 2 minutes past a desirable best practice if you were a grid right angle road network on flat ground. And you're not in many areas of the city. So your 90th percentile travel time to emergencies tends to be pushing 6 minutes. And in the study are maps showing the coverage of your first due fire stations, single fire units. And I'm going to go through some statistics now instead of a map in a moment. But your travel time is long and desirable. But then when you get back to call to arrival, from hello to the first unit being on scene should take 7.5 minutes to 90% of the emergencies. And you're there at 7:35. So in southern Glendale, where you have a tighter spacing of fire stations, you have more calls gotten to in 3 or 4 minutes. That drives your total call to arrival math to the positive. But yes, you do have some neighborhoods in the east flank, the North City. It's taking 6 or 7 driving minutes to get to a call, especially if the closest unit's already busy on a call and the second or third due cover unit has to come to that medical call. Next, please. This is just an image of multiple unit coverage. So ideally, this map says most of the road network, for a building fire to be quickly stopped in its track, I need to get 3 fire engines, a ladder truck, a chief officer, and an ambulance in about 8 minutes driving time. You can only accomplish that in the core of southern Glendale on the grid road network where you have adequate fire station spacing. And we did not recommend in the study, it would not be cost effective to add stations up the eastern city limits to the north for a very small number of calls. We have maps in the reports, and I'm not going to show you the math. Your primary station coverage is excellent until it's decayed by the sheer call volume at peak hours of the day. You start to run out of resources at peak hours of the day, which lengthens response times. Your physical station locations are adequate. But your first alarm spacing, as you know it in lay terms, a lot of men and women very quickly to keep a small fire smaller, it's a struggle to get to on the east side and up north. Next, please. So let's look at those measures. The computer can measure public road miles covered. And there in the green, 5-minute first due engine coverage, 93% of your road network is within 5 minutes driving time of a physical fire station. I have clients who would jump for joy just to be in the 80th percentile for road coverage these days. So your physical station locations are very good. Your other locations for the truck and the battalion chief are less effective, and your ambulance deployment is very good. So again, you don't have a physical fire station location problem. Some of the districts are just tougher to drive through, and they always will be. It's topography and terrain. It's not just traffic congestion and peak hours of the day. Next, please. So overall, the deployment findings, you need the constant 24/7, 365 services. Sometimes a client will say, can I save money and turn off 3 fire stations in the middle of the night? Well, which neighborhood then is told, well, you get double the response times, it's because you have to be a bit slower than another neighborhood. We strive in our company to advocate for equity of access universally across the city to a single first responder when you really need help. And you can't just load deployment to only the high call volume zip codes. Hourly crew utilization is at excessive saturation on the 4 ambulances. That needs immediate attention. I'm choosing my words carefully. You really need increased ambulance coverage, daylight hours, as soon as the department can physically do it. Your station spacing coverage is adequate. Your peak hour EMS response need is more in the southern city. Next, please. Where the population density is the highest. We recommended adding at least a 6th basic life support ambulance in the southern city. You could also consider adding a 2 firefighter paramedic squad in the southern city. So instead of sending our scarce 4-person fire engine, send a 2-person paramedic unit, a la LA County, with a basic ambulance. But to do so, your dispatch center has to improve its software and clinical training to differentiate a very acute call from Johnny fell off the skateboard and possibly broke his wrist, but we're not sure, but Johnny is stable. That could take 4 people instead of 6 people, but your dispatch center has to be equipped to make that differentiation. And then we recommend for future fire company location of where you need additional companies, adopt a 5-minute travel time policy. Because you're at 90% of the road coverage network now, adopt a council policy so future councils don't decay that coverage measure by saying, well, let's just close a fire station or 2. Next, please. With regards to headquarters recommendations, you're a little strained on staffing, still coming out of both the Great Recession and the COVID economic doldrums. You could consider the administrative battalion chief needs to be more of an administrative department level manager of everything logistics. The emergency management unit needs adding staff report. You know you live in a disaster-prone city in a disaster-prone part of California. The emergency management section could use a staff help to get the training and the updates to policies, procedures, the EOC ready to go. Consider adding an assistant deputy fire marshal as you start to grow more up, and all my clients, for the most part, are doing infill development and mid-rise development. You've got more tenant improvement plan checks, more new construction. As you evolve as a city, that has an impact on both the building department and fire prevention to keep up with the permit applicants. And also, for that reason, consider adding a fire inspector or modifying fire inspection workload and frequency. There's detail in the study about that. Next, please. Key facility findings. Here's the difficult economic news. Out of 9 fire stations, 3 are more than 50 years old, and another 3 are more than 60 years old. Wow. 6 of 9 fire stations, your legacy infrastructure, are getting elderly. And you're just like my other clients that grew post-World War II, and the physical facilities built in the 50s and 60s are now aging out. And some of them weren't even built to be 50-year facilities. Others kind of were. Your stations do not meet essential facility, seismic, and gender separation standards. California passed what was called the Essential Facilities Act, mandating public facilities be seismically hardened to be operational after a disaster, earthquake. That law was passed 38 years ago. Your stations were all built older than the Essential Facilities Act. So you haven't even done some of the seismic retrofits. The department has a companion engineering study showing what would be needed, and in most of your buildings, it's not cost effective to do a seismic retrofit. The building needs to go to the dirt and be built over. We recommend you develop a comprehensive capital spending plan, and it's going to take a decade or better. I'm not saying you go out for a bond, and even if you could vote a bond in to do it all at once, your city staff can't rebuild that many fire stations quickly. So we've worked with the chief and the staff to recommend some phasing, 3 at a time, and as soon as you can eat that meal physically as well as cost, do another 3. And then the final 3 need some substantial remodels, but they don't yet need to be physically totally replaced from the dirt up. And most of your parcel locations are adequate. Remember 92% 5-minute coverage? You don't have to go disrupt neighborhoods and find a different parcel, but you're going to have to completely rehabilitate what's there. And you're not the only client I currently have who's talking serious bond issues and preparing for some kind of a capital facility bond just for mammoth fire station replacements. It's just about the only tool you have. With that, thank you very much for your attention. The chief and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I do have some questions. Thank you for that presentation. You know, we have, as you mentioned, mountain ranges within the center of the city, also in the far northern reaches. We are seeing, due to hotter summers, and now that we've had very, very wet winters and springs, there'll be a lot more vegetation to dry out. In terms of the northern portions of the city, or the areas that are closest to high-risk fire areas, how well are those served by the location of the fire stations? And were those taken into consideration in prioritizing which ones we would rebuild first? And I say this in part because I am not an expert. I have not spent a career in fire services like you have, and the chief has. But one of the areas of concern is an outdated fire station that we have in the Montrose Crescenta Valley area, which is close to a brush-dense, hilly part of the city. And I've pushed now for, long before I was even on council, for the upgrading of that station. So where does that rank, and how does the overall city rank in terms of that type of a fire danger?
So in the study, you won't see a scoring table by that type of risk, wildland versus building fire. You'll see other scoring. We leave it to the department to say, where can you put your wildland fire apparatus? And if they don't fit, in the case of an older legacy station, for example, that rises higher on the department. So the chief can talk about how he triaged the 9 into three slices. The other advice we give our clients, and LA County, this regional fire services do an excellent job. You have to detect it fast. You have to send, literally, metaphorically, the world. And on severe fire weather days, you need to spend the money to upstaff, reserve apparatus, so you have extra people on duty, ready to go. So if something does start in that mountain range, you're not sending 3 units out the door. You're sending 10 plus mutual aid aircraft, trying to stop it in time. Chief?
No, what Stuart's saying is exactly right. What we do, we have the ability to upstaff through the state, and we put in a request through Cal OES, and they will send us more engines to come to our area in that particular event. But on the day-to-day, yeah, so the decision was made to start with the Montrose station first because it's the largest in the northern area, and it's one of the older ones that needs to be rebuilt, with the idea that if the La Crescenta station were to get rebuilt after the Montrose station, that we could house the people in the Montrose station while that's being rebuilt. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, not so much in the way of questions, but 3 things that came to mind when I read the report before this meeting, and I did raise with the chief in the briefings that we had. And I'd like us to be looking a little bit more closely at these things. The first is modernizing our EMS service along the lines of what I understand Beverly Hills has done, and I think some other cities are looking at this, how to create a model to handle these, you call them low acuity cases. I think that's the term you use, so that we can treat, minor abrasions and things like that out in the field, not actually have to bring these people to emergency rooms and such. And I know, I did see a good presentation. I know they originally thought of that as a cost savings approach, and it hasn't been so far, but it may be a service enhancement. So it's something I don't want to get into a whole discussion now. I'll just put out that this is something I would like us to explore. Another thing that I think about often is how we measure the effectiveness of our service. And you talked about response times, and I'm glad you acknowledged, it's not about response time, it's about outcomes, right? And I think we have a speaker will come, Herbert Milano, who talks frequently about cardiac arrests, and I'll let him touch on that. One thing that I frequently notice is that when we're talking about things like road diets, lane widening, speed humps, roundabouts, all these things that we want to do to slow traffic and make the streets safer, these things will save lives, these things will reduce injuries, they may increase response times for fire. So how do we make sure that when we're looking at measuring the effectiveness of fire, we're not looking narrowly at one piece of the equation, we're looking holistically at community safety and well-being. And I talked to the chief about that, and I just kind of want to get that out there formally. And then the last thing is, we're not going to do all the stations at once, but it sounds like, we want to do these 3 very critical ones. Even that is a big chunk of money, right? You were talking 40, 50 million, or we don't know the numbers yet, but it's a big chunk of money, right? And I think we should seriously consider putting together an infrastructure bond. Maybe we back it with a parcel tax. This is not the only area of infrastructure that we are behind on. We've got many other areas, our roads, and there's some other things in the city that we are, after the financial crisis, I think a lot of places kind of pulled back a little bit on their investment, and we've gotten into the hole. So, but I think this should be a major part of a package of things that we take to the voters as a bond, so that we can get this stuff done in the near term. So I just wanted to make those 3 points.
I have comments, but I'll wait for, I'd like to invite Mr. Milano to make his comments, and then I'll make mine. Mr. Milano.
Mayor Satrian, members of the City Council, my name is Herbert Milano. For many years, I have been promoting and encouraging the city to start applying KPIs, key performance indicators, for various departments as to their performance. Not just the budget, but how the budget is being utilized. And one of the numbers that I decided to look up starting early last year, was the success rate with regard to survivability on sudden cardiac arrest. And I took an interest because I have my son who's living in Seattle, Washington, and I read that they have the best system in the world. Seattle, Washington, and King County have an approximate rate of success of 60%. That means that anyone getting a sudden cardiac arrest has a chance of 60% of walking out of a hospital alive. In Los Angeles County, it's less than 10%. And according to the data that I obtained through the California Public Records Act, it looks to me as if Glendale is below 1%. In other words, the success rate of sudden cardiac arrest survivability is probably among the worst there is in California. I have sent out this information back to the administration. I believe I sent it to some of the council members so I could have it verified or validated to see if it is accurate. But if it is accurate, then that means that there are significant problems that need to be addressed. I noticed also that in the city's CAFR, or the financial reports, that the city has a contract with Pulse Point Foundation. This is a system that allows members of the public to be aware and be able to call in 911 with regard to the sudden cardiac arrest. But there are a significant number of elderly individuals, especially in the southern part of the city. I have a lot of individuals who suffered from obesity and smoking, and I believe that the city maybe should be taking a page from the city of Seattle to see how we could use the practices of the very best systems in the nation and see how they could be applied to Glendale. Years ago, I made another presentation to the City Council with regard to stroke and the response, not the response time, but the effectiveness of stroke done by other cities. And cities like London and Miami have used motorcycle EMS on motorcycles so that they could be very promptly under 2 minutes attending the patient. I cannot address some of the other issues that were presented in this report, but I would love to see the city undertake a study on sudden cardiac arrest to see what the true numbers really are. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilman.
I think that there is something that we can look into there, and I would invite and encourage our chief and fire department to look into that. We happen to have some ins with the fire department in Seattle, so perhaps we can rely on some former Glendale folks who can share some of their information as to what their practices are to also improve our times. And we're very fortunate to have 3 hospitals in Glendale, by the way. So given the way, even with some of the challenging topography, this is definitely something I'm confident we can tackle and improve on. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Chief, I just wanted to reiterate, I think a lot of the points that I had made during the briefing. You know, I was in utter shock when I visited our fire stations sometime last year. They really did look like they were so old, and just the accommodations weren't there for our firefighters, the situation with the bathrooms. And I know I've talked extensively about us making sure that our facilities are also allowing female firefighters to come in and provide the necessary restrooms and showers and accommodations for them to feel safe and feel like they're in a supportive work environment. I recognize that you have provided phases. Do you have a timeline of what those phases look like and when you'll be bringing each one?
Madam Mayor, yes, the idea would be to, within a very short amount of time, bring back to you some ideas from an architect standpoint and from a project manager standpoint, so that we have something that's shovel-ready within the next 6 months at the very longest to already have something ready to go when that bond is passed or whatever type of financing we determine is appropriate for these projects.
Okay. And I think my last question would be to Mr. Galanian. I know that we had talked about doing short-term and long-term strategic plans for each of the departments, and then being able to overlay that information together in order for us to make more sound decisions when it comes to the future of our city. Is there a timeline that we have for that? Because I know that was part of the work plan for each of the departments to put together last year. But I'm trying to get a gauge of when we can look at that information, because I recognize that you've kind of thought out about the future of the city, but I think it's best when we look at fire and housing and transportation, all of those things together when we're making decisions, so it's not made in silos. I know we're, taking efforts for more housing, which is going to result in more constituents. And I just want to make sure that, whether it's a bond that we're putting out or whatever plans we have takes into account the changes that will be coming, or at least we can predict for a short-term and long-term basis.
I would refer to Mr. Galanian on that for sure.
Sorry, that was...
No, it's fine. Madam Mayor, yes, individual departments are working on developing their own specific strategic plans. There are a couple of departments that have already completed that. It is my intention, and I was waiting for the new council be established. It will be after April 16th, to have a session with the new council to establish the overarching strategic plan for the entire city that then the departments, based on council's priorities, can take and translate it to their operations. So all of that is in the works, and like I said, in the next few months, you'll see some fruits of that labor.
Awesome. Thanks, Chief. Thank you for the report. Anything else on this item? Okay. We have oral communication left, correct?
Do we need a vote?
The items are being continued, which is fine, but item 9A, We also need to continue that to a date certain,
Oh,
because I don't think that was
we're just do April 16th?
Is April 16th okay?
We can, mayor and council, however, that's the new council. They
Would it make
typically-
more sense to move it to April 23rd?
I believe so, yeah.
April 30th.
April 30th?
Yeah, the
30th,
23rd,
yeah,
we're dark.
on
We're
the
dark.
23rd.
And then I make the motion to,
Before we do that, is that gonna delay anything that we were trying
No.
to get through? You sure?
all right, then I will make a motion to move it to a date certain of April 30th.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Divine, Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item.
Are we moving to item B? Or would you like to continue the items?
Continuing all the items with the exception.
All the items with the exception of oral communication? Okay. So oral communications, discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We, I believe, have 11 cards, and I'll
11 cards.
So I have actually been looking at ways to implement some code of conduct and look at ways we can change our processes. I know that our council member from Burbank is here, and I was actually looking at yours. You have a 1-minute portion, and then you have a 3-minute portion, but it's always in the beginning of the meeting. And given that we don't have public transportation for people to come here and stay beyond 6:30, perhaps moving that up would be important. But that's one of the things I'm going to be looking at. I know City of Los Angeles had like a really hefty dock, but I'll be keeping everybody posted on that. Karine is the first speaker. I think a lot of these folks left. Oh, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karine. I'm a resident of Glendale for 33 years. I growing old in this city. I love the city of Glendale, and I'm so happy to see you today, Ellen. I want to personally congratulate you, watching you growing in this city as well, and being immigrant, not being only immigrant, but also the youngest woman of the city becoming a mayor, and being example for my girls also. I have 4 daughters. They all born and raised in Glendale. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for your continuous job, for your effort. Every time when I'm excited, my English, Russian, and Armenian get mixed, so sorry on my speaking. But Ellen John, I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Continue what you do, and you have all our support.
Thank you. Renee Garapetian, I think he left. Tomik Alexanyan. Okay. I'll invite the next person until he comes back. Maria Angela Leon.
Congratulations. And thank you for your service, sir. I'm Maria Angela Leon, and I'm not into politics. It's the first time that I'm in a meeting like this, which is really intense for somebody that is not in politics. But I did understand a lot today. I stayed there for 4 hours because I really want to meet the new counselor, I'm sorry, the new mayor. And as a single parent, I grow up my kids in this beautiful city. I agree with you. It's we are blessed to be living in this environment. My kids were safe, and now that they've grown up, I came to the city looking for housing. And 7 years ago, I started looking for, some options and filling out the applications. And nothing really happened. Finally, like 4 years ago, they told me, well, 65 plus 2, you need to go to this lottery. And I said, okay, I don't know how that works, but let's do it. Finally, yesterday, after so many applications, I came to the city and I said, you know what? I'm frustrated. I don't know how this system works. And say, no, it's not our fault. It's a lot of leading for that, that you guys bring in, new buildings and all this. But I don't know why the city let this game play. I feel like it's a game, and I'm sorry, I'm not a politician. I don't use the right words, but I hope you understand. It's not working for 18 residents of Glendale, this system. And I decided to wait here 4 hours because I want you to meet me, and I want to meet you. I want to meet the new mayor because these things has to change. And wherever politics happen, we are the people that are outside, and we can make things change. So I'm just here to let you know that I'm going to be, probably you're going to be looking a lot of me because these things are not helping the aging population in Glendale. And I've been in this association where we get together, and they talk about it. And they say, yeah, no, it's nothing to do. Just keep playing the lotto. And I'm like, okay, I don't even buy a ticket in the real lotto. I'm not going to do it right now. So please, I don't know how this works. I'm going to find out. Because like I say, I'm going to be getting involved if it's necessary, because it needs a change. I live here 45 years, and the only option that I have is to go and live in Lancaster or some other options where they say, well, you can apply over there. And I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. Why? I'm not going to go anywhere. And I don't think it's fair that I think they gave me a number yesterday, 30,000 applications. I said, well, we have 30,000 applications in Glendale, ma'am. I'm like, okay, but I don't think we have 90,000 applications, for that residents of Glendale that has been living here. So please come with some kind of, arrangement and let me know, because I'm going to be coming, trying to get some answer. And thank you very much for listening to me. Congratulations again.
We have her contact info? Okay, good.
Right, Rostamian?
Mr. Alexanian.
Where is he back? Mr. Tomik Alexanian?
Mrs. Mayor, first of all, let's congratulate you. I wish we did witness today what we witnessed. I thought between brothers and sisters should have resolved this before coming and sharing this unpleasant situation with the people of the city of Glendale. Now that everything is behind us, we have to get, as you just said, as one and work for the city of Glendale betterment. And that's what we are. We always come together. Nothing is coming easy. I know these things happens. We were here not for this election, for something else, but I think no one is in the mood to hear about what we wanted to say. We had about 20 neighborhood homeowners in Dora Verdugo. We just discovered something, in our opinion, very terrible. We never thought that such a thing will happen in the city of Glendale. Most of the neighbors and the homeowners, they were shocked. They were not even aware of such a problem. The problem is the safety. It's because of the safety of our children. This is because of the whole dilemma that we are going through. My son can't sleep at night. As a 1-year-old and 3-year-old kids, and Zavan Grigorian has 5 grandchildren that are spending their time there. Now, Dr. Masarkhani, the next door, the next neighbors, they are having this terrible nightmare, according to them. Which they say, yes, now we are just discovering. We don't have the whole lot of the information. We are in a discovery stage right now. We just learned that a home purchased by some of the friends, it's everyone's friend.
Single family.
Yeah, single family. Now they converted to the rehab center for drug addicts.
Drug rehab.
Okay, drug rehab. So that is something is happening. This is a state law. Once it's done. But this is first time I see for a small changes in the neighborhood. I am in a foothill and I get some people want to do some renovation. For Chameleon School, we had probably hundreds of the notices that this thing is going to happening and inviting us.
Yeah.
This went quiet. No one had any clue where we're going. Now, we know that Glendale has been the 5th safest city, if I'm not mistaken. Still is one of the safest. Now, I don't know what's going to happen if the trend goes. Now, we were the pioneering of having the safest city in the United States. Now, we are having in that kind of neighborhood where about 3-4 months ago, I was amazed that there was a signs there. The kids are playing. Just imagine after all this, we just learned that the next door is the rehab, and these people are unpredictable. Now, we know that there are lots of cities in Orange County that rejected, and I was very proud when the city of Glendale bans the cannabis. You go lower, the other side, there are lots of shops. In Glendale, it's all banned. So we won't just bring this to your attention. We will come back with more research. As I said, we're about 25, 30 neighbors here. But they have children, they had to go next day school.
Thank you for
So we want
keeping
to
us
just
posted.
share this terrible news for us and see what can be done and what city can do about it. I know 1 or 2 is already opened, which we just learned just lately. So I'm sorry to bring this at this late time. Ellen, you are our mayor, regardless of whatever happens, you are our mayor.
Mr. Alexander,
After all the election dilemmas, the fights or whatever, once you have a mayor, everyone has to go behind her, like the United States. Like you have 50% extremely right, 50% extremely left. But once we have a president, we all are behind our president. We are all behind our city manager, our council members, our mayor, and I congratulate you. I hope that you will continue to serve the city. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Mr. Alexanian,
Yes.
Mr. Calvert, do we have any rules about people coming to rehabs and neighborhoods?
Mayor, member of the City Council, I actually had the chance to speak with about 20 to 25 of the residents earlier this evening. There is a state law that does preempt us in some fashion. I need to do my own research on this first. We have an open enforcement case on this property already for an illegal construction. There's also certain things that they do still have to do regardless regarding egress and fire approvals and whatnot. We do not have any of those things right now. So tomorrow we'll be doing some work. I've already been in contact with a number of the residents and we'll continue communications. We figure out what's going on and what actions we have to take to stop or make sure it's at least done correctly. And in regards to earlier comment, we'd have to look into what other cities have done if that is something that the council does want to explore.
Could we ask you to send us a report?
Yes, I can provide a memo probably later this week or early next week with an update on the status of this project.
Okay, and then if you do see some options that are available to us, please include that in the memo as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know that if the cities in Orange County can do it, City of Glendale should be able to do it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good night.
Georgia Sai. Barun Alexanyan. Vahik Meserkhani. Manu Grigorian. Marian. No. Councilmember Anthony.
I just wanted to come up and give some clarification. You mentioned the public comment that we do in Burbank. When we do have a long city council meeting, we tend to do 1-minute public comment at the front, and we let people queue up for that. And that way, folks just want to say their piece and get out. It's quick. I know you guys do your public comment at the end the 3 minutes. One of the caveats that we have with our public comment, we put it at the beginning, and we allow anyone to speak on any matter on or off the agenda. So if I can make a suggestion, if you want to do the 1 minute, put it at the beginning and let folks do any agenda item as well, or any public comment. You do have to watch for it though, because then we don't allow folks to comment again later when the agenda item comes up. They use that 1 minute and that's their one shot. I know it helps for some folks. They have kids, they have to get to bed, that kind of thing. Doing that quick thing, that the way they come down, they do their piece. Most people don't even use the full minute. But yeah, I'm happy to talk to you about it. You guys can reach out to our city clerk and figure out how we do it there.
Thanks.
Yeah, all right, good seeing you.
Donislo Saab.
Dinello?
Doni.
Is there anyone in here who wishes to speak that submitted a card? Without easier. On one hand,
Oh, is it? All right. And then, Mr. Milano, did you want to also speak at oral communication?
Mayor Asadarian, I'd like to also let you know that we do have a caller on the line.
Okay, great.
Mayor Satrin, members of the City Council, this month, I believe in April, you will be addressing your budget study sessions. I have spoken at budget study sessions, I think, for the better part of 20 years. But I would like to make a couple of suggestions for the budget study session. Number one, there's pages 226 and 227 of your financial reports that I'd love for the City Council to have them reproduced in charts and graphs separately for discussion, because it is only when you look at the trend line during the past 10 years that you'll be able to really be shocked at the discrepancy that you will see in these numbers. And I'm not asking for you to look at the last 20 years, because our population has not changed. It was 200,000 20 years ago, and it is 200,000 now. But yet these numbers are pretty significant when you begin to compare it. Basically, what it's telling me, when you look at these last 10 years, is that irrespective of how much revenue is coming into the city of Glendale, our expenses are right up there with those additional increases, even though those increases are well above the rate of inflation. The last 10 years, we had a 30% inflation rate, or CPI increases, and our expenses for police and fire were 60%, double that amount. And I would also like to make a suggestion that, in addition, if you can get them into graphs, to also include a graph of all of the payments made to CalPERS for each one of those years. So you can basically see them all side by side. Because when you display it, then the public will be able to see it. I would also like to make a suggestion that the manner in which the public addresses you be changed, so that we are able to discuss the various different topics. In the past, we're basically forced to only say one thing when there are basically 4 or 5 topics being presented, and we basically have to summarize our objectives or our opinions on the whole thing rather than very specific items being presented. So that if in a particular session you're discussing the police budget, that we can come in and talk about the police budget. Or if it is the fire department budget, that we come up to speak about the fire department budget. Or if it is public works. Because there is, out of the 4 major departments that we have here, which is police, fire, housing, the 4th largest department that you have really is not in here. And that's CalPERS, the CalPERS payments. Because it's basically right below that, it's about $60 million increase this past year. We have a city with a $1.2 billion appropriation, $350 million with regard to your general fund, and yet we are accumulating this debt at the rate of about $60 million a year. We have a debt of unfunded liability equivalent to about $8,000 per household. It was 0 20 years ago. So it is only by looking at the trend lines and by having the type of meetings where you're not spending the bulk of your time on an item of $200,000, which is one of the things that really shock me every time I see a budget session. Even for the general fund of $350 million, you wind up discussing a budget item of $200,000 for half an hour out of your very limited time. It is my suggestion that the discussions be made proportionate to the size of the budget for each department, which you don't do. In other words, in my opinion, you are being sidetracked into very emotional items that many people think is pertinent, but at the end of the day, it's a fraction of 1%. And that's where the bulk of your items are. Therefore, these issues don't get discussed. And as you know, one of my major contentions throughout all of these years has been the appropriations that are needed to fund appropriately public works. And I'm, by the way, to the city manager, I'm very thankful for the work that has been done on roads, finally, after all of these years. But after 37 years of living in Glendale, to finally begin to see an interest in maintaining the roads, because to me, it's an indicator of how well the city is maintaining its infrastructure. So let me summarize it. Trend lines include the trend lines with regard to the payments made to CalPERS every year, and allow the public to speak on different items, of course, if anybody shows up. Anyway, thank you very much, and congratulations to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Milano. We have one caller.
Mayor Asadurian, actually, we have 2 callers now.
We didn't close the, okay, so we're not taking any more calls. Your name? Why don't you come up, and then we can fill out the card after if we can't find it here.
Yeah, I just want to say that this was very disgraceful treatment towards your fellow council member. Yeah, I've been working with him for years, and Mr. Broadman, you could just accuse him of lying. And since you came to the city, everything just gone so out of control. Well, don't you think so? What are the rent prices in city of Glendale? 1 bedroom, what is it? $2,000, 2 bedroom, $3,000, really? What's your minimum wage in this city? Why? Why did you really come to our town? What is driving you? Anyways, I just want to say that there is God in heaven, whether you want to believe, you don't want to believe. And this authority has been given to you. It's been allowed by God. And it's not going to be forever. The judgment is going to be coming. But this authority has been given to you. You know why? So that the evilness is going to come up, surface even more of your own hearts. The way you betray people, the way you betray this city. I was shocked to hear that the fire departments will have old 50-year-olds, 60 years, like old fire departments here, stations, while you are talking about beautification or how to care organics up to a building that you want to construct in the middle of Glendale. Do we really need more conjunction? Do we really need more traffic in the city? What's happening on Glen Oaks? We have Goodwill there that's been turning our city into a cesspool, real cesspool. People living in that neighborhood, Glen Oaks and Western, in front of There's John's, there's a Goodwill there. Not just the homeless, I have nothing against homeless people. But what they're doing, they're sleeping there, they're pooping there, they're peeing there, people living there, the elder, they cannot walk by that street. What are you turning our city into? You're proud of the city being #1 in some things. But come on, there are more important things. Getting people to hospital on time so they won't be dying from cardiac arrest. Do not raise the rents that high, $3,000? One mother with a child, one income family, can they afford? Who can afford a $2,000 apartment? And you want to turn the city into what? Walkable city? I'm going to be carrying my groceries on a bicycle to home? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? What is your plan, Mr. Brotman? You started this, of course, Ellen Satrian and Artie, for some reason. I mean, it's just you betraying your people in this city. You know, when the righteous people rule, the people are happy. But when the wicked people rule, the people mourn. Why won't you look deep into your hearts? Is this really what you want to do? What happened tonight? What happened? And you know what's the difference between fair and justice? You keep talking about fairness, fairness, fairness. Fairness by itself is a bias. Justice, what is it? It's whatever is right and wrong according to the rule and law. But fairness, no, it doesn't have to be fair. If there is a rule, there is a law you have to obey. That's why you want to change the Constitution. What else do you want to change? You're changing the, what's the family is. You're trying to change whatever is happening in our schools. You're just trying to destroy our, I'm talking to our Kazakhstan, our Armenian community here. We have strong community that has conservative values, conservative, which means what? They value families, they value the family member, right? The mother and the father and the children. You're trying to destroy that. You're talking about Artsakh all the time. What you're doing, you're allowing this city to carry a spiritual genocide in our schools, right? How many parents really agree with you? You talk to many of them, right? It's just ridiculous. You're really turning this city into a cesspool. You want really people to leave this city? How many people left this city already? Families are leaving this city. You want to become #1 of what? Beautification, who cares? Care about people. Thank you.
Mayor Asatrian, we have 2 calls. Would you like to keep taking calls, or would you?
We're closing.
Okay. Our first caller is Mike Mohill. Mike, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. First, I want to congratulate Alan Asatrian as the new mayor and Artie Kazakian as for his re-election. First, I want to piggyback on what Mr. Milano talked about, the pension crisis. It's a little bit too little, too late. I've been talking about the pension crisis, I think, since the year 2010. And now you're talking about it. Now it is so bad that what you need to do, Mr. Brotman, is pass a bond for like $30 million probably, so we can leave CalPERS. I said leave CalPERS. Will it be easy? No. Will it be expensive? Yes. But everybody needs to be put on 401k plan, just like the people who paid the bills. You know, if you continue paying CalPERS, that means that your children and grandchildren are going to be receiving this debt forever. The question is, well, you know, the police, the fire, they're going to leave the city. Well, you know what? Tell them the exit door is to the right. next issue. Tonight was terrible, what went on for the selection of our mayor. I'm looking at council chambers from my home right now, and Paula Devine left, and so did Mr. Najarian. I haven't spoken with Mr. Najarian, but I bet you he's going to have a lawsuit against the city for the procedure that went on. And you know what's pathetic is that our city attorney, who is not accountable to the people, but accountable to the our five council members, gave you people poor advice in the selection of the mayor. I hope the people in the viewing audience realize that what we need is to have a city attorney elected by the people. By having an city attorney elected by the people, that means that they're accountable to the people. Because right now, Mr. Garcia is accountable to the five people. Now, I think he counted votes this evening and said, you know what? There are 3 people on council who will support me for my pay raise, my continued employment with the city of Glendale, and probably not Mr. Najarian. But he counted votes, and he went along with the council. Because I don't think, Mr. Najarian is also an attorney. And he's a sharp attorney. And I don't always agree with him. But when I heard him tonight present his case, that what you're doing, you're changing the rules in the appointment of a mayor. And then you have the old mayor talking about LGBTQ issues and why he doesn't want it. Therefore, that doesn't disqualify Najarian for being the mayor. Excuse me, Mr. Brotman, you were the one, you heard Marina Villar and her daughter, Thelma Gonzalez, come before the city council and cry and say what was going on at GUSD. They're trying to groom her and her Christian values on sex education. It had nothing to do with Mr. Najarian. You heard about that about a year and a half ago. And why would you say that's the reason why you didn't want Mr. Najarian to be the new mayor? How dare you? And why did you not stick on subject? You talk about people sticking on subject when they would go off subject line. Keep to the subject. Well, the subject was selection of the mayor, not your agenda of your transgender children or your wife. Okay, that's why you're all for this transgender stuff. I have pictures. I've been told what's going on in your family, sir. You can deny it publicly. Why don't you just prove it? Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the pension crisis first of all. I think the city should think about leaving CalPERS. It will be tough. It will be expensive. But you need to explain to the voters that if we don't pay off CalPERS, I don't know how many billions of dollars are going to be, but it's only going to grow. Been talking about this since when I ran for city council the first time in 2011, and 2013, and 14, and 17, and here we are right now. Mr. Brotman just brought it up.
Thank you, Mr. Mohill. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, bye.
Our next caller is Ara Manugyan. Ara, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. It's been quite a long night, and I am calling in. Well, first of all, I want to say that when I called in to want to speak, I was informed that I wasn't allowed to speak about any issues that were brought up earlier, like the selection of mayor. And I just heard the last 2 callers speaking about that. But I'm not calling for that anyway. But I just wanted to make that clear that whoever I spoke to gave me an instruction that I'm not allowed to speak on that subject. And I'm not sure why he said that. But nonetheless, I'm Ara Manugyan. I have been a patron of Glendale for many, many years. And I am an author and an investigative journalist, a human rights activist. I lived for many years in the sister city of Glendale, the city of Marduni, Artsakh. And I have noticed that in our city of Glendale, we have dozens of people who are from the displaced people of Artsakh, living and struggling and working to make ends meet. And I would really encourage the city to make an effort to, offer them a little bit of a hand up, because the people of Artsakh are very industrialist and they are hard workers, and I'm sure they'll bring a lot of value to our city. But I really think that, the what they went through, psychological help would be really good. I've met with a few of them, and you can, most of us Armenians are pretty depressed about what happened. And the other thing is that I really would like to see the city take more of a stance on preventing this stuff from happening in the future. There's a lot of stuff that has been going on. And as you, City Council, as you know, and staff, I sent you an email this morning with some concerns I have and some information that I think is valuable. I know that some of you received it before tonight's meeting. I've confirmed that. But I don't know if you remember, it's in everybody's mind, in 2020, we had that attack from Azerbaijan that really hit us hard. And we were trying to gather signatures to stop the illegal arms supplies. And unfortunately, we had a lot of problems with that, because members of our community, rather than standing up for the Armenians, or at least maybe they thought they were, ended up helping the Azerbaijanis and the people that were supplying them arms, namely Israel. And we now know today the true face of Israel, as we've been seeing unfold since October 7th. So I just wanted to reach out to you and just say, we need to really think about what we're doing and who we're empowering in our community, especially those that have prevented, for instance, I speak of the arms embargo that was in place and our efforts to stop the arms embargo. There are people who are in the position of power that have actually hindered that and helped the Azerbaijanis, which contributed to the ethnic cleansing we saw today in the loss of Artsakh. So I'm just throwing that out there right now, because this is a subject that actually we're discussing tomorrow. I am actually being hosted in an interview by the Artsakh government in exile. And on Facebook, there is an event, and we're going to be discussing a book which I published in 2019 called Betrayal, The Promise Never Kept, Genocide and the West Secret War for Oil. But amongst those things, we are going to be talking about subjects such as how Azerbaijan was really formed and who was behind it, and also our own worst enemies within ourselves, and things like homicide and those different things, genocide. So I would invite people to join us. It's going to be a live event. If you go on Facebook, there's a link under Betrayal, The Promise Never Kept. That's the book Facebook page, Stop Corruption in Armenia. So if you just search those, you'll be able to find the event. It starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's being, again, hosted by the Artsakh government in exile, and we'll be discussing all of these issues. And it's going to be very reflective of kind of what we saw tonight with the selection of mayor. So I invite you all to join in, and in the future, we will definitely be visiting this topic again in City Council during public comment and oral communication. So I congratulate anybody that feels that there was a victory tonight, which I don't think there was any kind of victory. I really do think that justice was not served tonight, and there was prime examples of fratricide. And hopefully in the future, changes that we made. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Mayor Asatarian, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, everyone.